Hello friends, welcome to our channel, Sam White. Here we are going to share you a book named, The Haunted Village's Sinister Secrets, which is written by S.R.Dash, so without delaying let's begin. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate landscape. Dense fog slithered through the gnarled trees, obscuring the path ahead. Sarah, a brave and inquisitive journalist, cautiously made her way through the haunted forest. She had received an anonymous tip about a hidden, long-forgotten village rumored to be cursed, a place where evil reigned supreme. As she stepped over decaying branches and crunched fallen leaves underfoot, a sense of foreboding crept up her spine. Her heart raced, adrenaline pulsating through her veins. The air turned icy, prickling her skin, as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. A sudden chill wind whipped through the trees, sending a shiver down Sarah's spine. Her flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced among the dense underbrush. She pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the village's dark legend. Breaking through the fog, Sarah stumbled upon a dilapidated gate, adorned with rusted spikes and gnarled ironwork. It creaked ominously as she pushed it open, revealing a deserted village frozen in time. The once vibrant homes were now reduced to crumbling ruins, windows shattered, and walls consumed by nature's grasp. Unease settled deep within Sarah's chest as she explored the desolate streets. The air was heavy with an otherworldly silence, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl or the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. A voice whispered in the wind, barely audible yet unmistakably malevolent. It beckoned her deeper into the heart of the village, its insidious tone chilling her to the bone. Every instinct urged her to flee, to escape this place of unspeakable darkness. But her curiosity drove her forward. As she reached the village's center, Sarah's heart nearly stopped. Before her stood a dilapidated, towering mansion, its decaying facade exuding a palpable aura of evil. The windows, like vacant eyes, seemed to leer at her with malicious intent. The front door, partially ajar, creaked with each gust of wind, inviting her inside to uncover the secrets that lay within. Summoning every ounce of courage, Sarah stepped across the threshold, the floorboards groaning under her weight. The air grew heavy with a putrid stench, making her gag, but she pressed on, determined to confront the source of the village's curse. As she ventured deeper into the mansion, Sarah's flashlight faltered, casting only feeble beams of light into the engulfing darkness. Suddenly, she heard a soft whisper. In her ear, a chilling, breathless voice that sent waves of terror rippling through her body. "Welcome, Sarah," it hissed, a mixture of amusement and malice in its tone. "You've come seeking answers, but beware of what you uncover. In this village of horrors, no one escapes unscathed." With a blood-curdling scream, Sarah's flashlight died, leaving her engulfed in impenetrable darkness. The mansion seemed to come alive around her, emitting chilling laughter and spectral moans. As fear consumed her, Sarah realized she had stepped into a nightmare from which there might be no awakening. Sarah stood frozen in the suffocating darkness, her heart pounding against her ribcage. The haunting laughter echoed through the mansion, seeming to emanate from every corner, mocking her presence. She desperately fumbled for her phone, her hands trembling, and managed to find it in her pocket. With trembling fingers, she activated the flashlight app, providing a faint glimmer of light in the oppressive blackness. As the feeble glow illuminated her surroundings, Sarah's eyes widened in terror. The once decaying mansion now appeared alive with an unsettling energy. The walls writhed with grotesque patterns, pulsating and shifting as if they were alive. The air grew thick and suffocating, carrying a sickly sweet scent that made her stomach churn. Driven by equal parts fear and determination, Sarah pushed forward, guided only by her trembling flashlight beam. She followed a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity, its walls closing in as if to crush her spirit. Whispers echoed through the corridors, words of despair and anguish that sent shivers down her spine. Just as Sarah's resolve began to waver, she stumbled upon a half-opened door. Its worn, wooden frame creaked eerily as she cautiously pushed it wider, revealing a room cloaked in darkness. She stepped inside, her breath caught in her throat. The room appeared frozen in time, frozen in a moment of unimaginable horror. Dust-covered furniture stood haphazardly, draped in tattered sheets like shrouded figures. A cracked mirror hung on the wall, its glass distorted and reflecting twisted images that seemed to mock her presence. A peculiar painting drew Sarah's attention, an ornate frame encased a macabre scene of agony and suffering. The brushstrokes depicted grotesque figures, twisted and contorted in anguish. Their eyes seemed to follow her, filled with a haunting desperation. A voice whispered from the painting, barely audible yet etched with a sinister charm. "Sarah, seeker of truth, you have awakened the spirits that dwell within these walls. Beware the secrets you unearth, for they may consume you." Sarah's heart raced, her mind tormented by a maddening blend of curiosity and terror. She reached out to touch the painting, her fingertips trembling against the cold canvas. As her skin made contact, the room shook violently, its foundation rattling beneath her feet. The air grew electric, crackling with an ominous energy. In a blinding flash, the painting exploded with a burst of malevolent light. Sarah stumbled backward, shielding her eyes from the blinding radiance. When she cautiously opened her eyes, the room had transformed. The once static figures in the painting now stood before her, their twisted forms materializing in the room. Their eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, fixated on Sarah with a hunger that sent waves of terror through her veins. They reached out, their ghostly hands extending toward her, as if eager to pull her into their nightmarish realm. With a surge of adrenaline, Sarah turned and sprinted from the room, her footsteps echoing through the mansion's endless corridors. The spirits pursued her relentlessly, their ethereal forms closing in, their whispers growing louder and more threatening. As she raced through the haunted mansion, Sarah's heart pounded in her ears, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Panic surged through her, urging her to find an escape, to break free from the clutches of this living nightmare. But as she rounded a corner, the mansion shifted its labyrinthine layout, trapping her within its sinister grasp. The walls closed in, sealing off her path, leaving her surrounded by vengeful spirits. The air grew thick with their presence, suffocating her. With an overwhelming malevolence, cornered and trembling, Sarah knew that she was now at the mercy of the haunted mansion, its spirits hungry for her soul. In this house of horrors, she realized that her desperate quest for truth had led her to a fate far worse than she could have ever imagined. As Sarah stood in the suffocating grip of the haunted mansion, surrounded by vengeful spirits, a wave of resignation washed over her. She closed her eyes, drawing upon every ounce of inner strength she possessed. "I will not succumb to fear," she whispered, her voice a defiant echo in the oppressive darkness. "I will face whatever lies ahead and find a way to break this curse." To her surprise, the room fell silent, the spirits freezing in their spectral tracks. They regarded her with a mix of curiosity and malevolence, as if intrigued by her resilience. The air crackled with anticipation, waiting to witness the outcome of Sarah's defiance. Summoning her courage, Sarah took a step forward, moving toward the nearest spirit. She could feel their icy presence, a chill that permeated her very being. Ignoring the rising dread in her chest, she extended a trembling hand towards the ethereal figure. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Why have you trapped me in this nightmare?" The spirits wavered, their features contorting with a mixture of rage and sorrow. A voice, an amalgamation of their collective anguish, resonated through the chamber. "We are the tormented souls of this forsaken place," the voice echoed, laden with anguish. "Bound by a curse, we yearn for release. Only through the revelation of the truth can our suffering end." Sarah's determination intensified, fueled by empathy for the trapped spirits. She knew that her only hope of escaping this unholy prison was to uncover the dark secrets that held them captive. "Tell me," she implored, her voice filled with compassion. "What must I do? What truth must I uncover to set you free?" The spirits seemed to whisper among themselves, their voices overlapping in a spectral chorus. Then, as if guided by a shared purpose, they pointed in unison to a hidden door at the far end of the chamber. It was concealed behind a tapestry that bore the mark of an ancient symbol. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sarah approached the tapestry and gingerly pulled it aside, revealing the door beyond. It creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway that descended into darkness. Heart pounding, Sarah stepped into the abyss, her flashlight piercing the inky blackness. The air grew colder, and a stale, oppressive odor assailed her senses as she delved deeper into the hidden depths of the mansion. As she navigated the winding passages, she sensed an unseen presence watching her every move. Whispers filled the air, disjointed words of warning and desperation, that urged her to turn back. But Sarah pressed on, unwilling to abandon her quest for truth. Finally, the passageway opened up into a vast chamber, a chamber of forgotten knowledge and ancient power. Illuminated by a dim, flickering light, Sarah's eyes widened in awe as she beheld an intricately inscribed stone pedestal at the center of the room. Upon it rested a weathered book, its pages yellowed with age. In trembling hands, Sarah picked up the book, feeling an electric surge course through her veins as she opened its ancient pages. It revealed a harrowing tale of betrayal, dark rituals, and a curse that bound the village and its inhabitants to an eternity of suffering. With each revelation, the spirits surrounding her grew restless, their ethereal forms shifting in anticipation. Sarah understood that the truth contained within the book held the key to their liberation. Determined to break the curse, Sarah began to read aloud the incantations inscribed within the pages. The words resonated with power, their ancient cadence filling the chamber, and the spirits writhed with a mixture of pain and hope. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the book, engulfing the chamber. The spirits cried out in a chorus of anguish, their forms dissolving into mist, one by one. The curse that had held them captive for centuries was finally shattered. As the light subsided, Sarah found herself standing alone in the chamber, the book clutched tightly in her hands. The mansion, once a place of unspeakable horror, now felt strangely tranquil. Exhausted but victorious, Sarah made her way back through the winding passages. Guided by the echoes of her own footsteps, the spirits had found peace, and she had fulfilled her mission to expose the truth. The haunted mansion, now stripped of its malevolence, became a mere relic of the past. As she stepped out into the moonlit night, Sarah took one final glance at the decaying mansion, now devoid of the darkness that had consumed it. She knew that her harrowing journey was not in vain, that the story she would tell would shed light on the forgotten souls who had been trapped within those haunted walls. With a sense of closure and a newfound respect for the power of the truth, Sarah vowed to share their tale and ensure that their suffering would never be forgotten. Months had passed since Sarah's harrowing encounter in the haunted mansion. She had diligently compiled her findings, weaving together the chilling story of the cursed village and the spirits that had haunted its inhabitants. Her investigative journalism had taken her to the brink of madness, but she had emerged with a resolve to shed light on the darkness that lurked in forgotten corners. The article, titled, "Whispers of the Forgotten, Unveiling the Haunting Truth," was published in the prestigious Paranormal Chronicles magazine. Its readers eagerly devoured the spine-chilling account, captivated by Sarah's first-hand experiences and the depth of her research. The impact of her article was immediate and profound. People from far and wide reached out to Sarah, sharing their own encounters with the supernatural and expressing gratitude for her brave pursuit of the truth. The villagers who had lived near the cursed village, unaware of its dark history, were finally enlightened about the horrors that had surrounded them for generations. But the impact of her article went beyond mere awareness. It sparked a ripple of change that reached the highest levels of local government. A team of historians and paranormal experts was dispatched to investigate the cursed village, intent on uncovering further evidence and preserving its haunted remnants. Sarah, now recognized as a fearless champion of the truth, received numerous invitations for interviews, podcasts, and even a book deal. Her determination to expose the dark secrets had earned her both respect and admiration in the world of paranormal journalism. However, her success was not without its personal toll. The horrors she had witnessed in the haunted mansion had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Nightmares plagued her sleep, and her waking moments were haunted by the specters of the past. Yet, with each passing day, she found solace in knowing that she had brought justice to the forgotten spirits, giving them the peace they had long yearned for. One foggy evening, as Sarah sat in her study, reflecting on her journey, a package arrived at her doorstep. Intrigued, she opened it to find an ornate key, a relic from the cursed village, now cleansed of its malevolence. Accompanying it was a handwritten note. Sarah, bearer of truth, you have unlocked the door to our redemption. May this key remind you of the courage that resides within you. The spirits of the cursed village will forever be grateful. Touched by the gesture, Sarah cradled the key in her hand. It symbolized the power of uncovering the truth and the resilience of the human spirit. With a renewed sense of purpose, she knew her journey was far from over. There were more mysteries to unravel, more stories to tell, and more lost souls to be heard. In the dim light of her study, surrounded by books and artifacts from her investigations, Sarah made a silent vow to continue her pursuit of the paranormal, bringing to light the forgotten and the haunted, and ensuring that their voices would never fade away into the darkness again. Sarah embarked on a new chapter of her investigative journey, driven by the promise she had made to the forgotten spirits and fueled by her unwavering determination to shed light on the mysteries that dwelled in the shadows. Guided by leads and tips from readers of her article, Sarah found herself traveling to a remote coastal town rumored to harbor its own haunted secrets. As she arrived, the salty breeze caressed her face, carrying a sense of anticipation that mirrored her own. The townspeople, initially hesitant to speak about the supernatural occurrences, were eventually won over by Sarah's empathetic approach and her genuine desire to uncover the truth. Slowly, they began to open up, sharing their chilling encounters and local legends that had been passed down through generations. One story, in particular, piqued Sarah's interest, the tale of a ghost ship that appeared in the misty depths of the sea, vanishing as quickly as it had materialized. It was said to be a harbinger of doom, a vessel haunted by vengeful spirits seeking redemption. Driven by curiosity and a need to understand, Sarah embarked on a midnight voyage with a seasoned fisherman, determined to witness the phantom ship herself. As the boat cut through the inky black waves, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Hours passed, the sea stretching out endlessly before them, when suddenly, an eerie fog rolled in, cloaking the boat in a spectral shroud. Through the mist, Sarah caught sight of a faint glimmer, a pale, ethereal light that grew steadily brighter. Her heart raced as the ghost ship emerged from the fog, its tattered sails billowing in the unseen wind. The vessel exuded an otherworldly glow, its time-worn hull adorned with barnacles and tales of forgotten voyages. Whispers echoed through the air, carried on the wind. They spoke of lost souls yearning for release, trapped in an eternal limbo between life and death. Sarah's heart ached for them, their pain and longing mirroring the spirits she had encountered before. Summoning her courage, Sarah stepped to the edge of the boat, her eyes locked with those of the spectral captain. There was a profound sadness in his gaze, an unspoken plea for understanding. "Who are you? What happened to your ship and its crew?" she called out, her voice carrying across the misty expanse. The captain's ghostly form flickered, a mixture of sorrow and resignation etched upon his face. His voice, carried on the breeze, reached Sarah's ears. "We were lost to treacherous waters, forever condemned to roam these seas. Our souls yearn for redemption, for the truth to be unveiled. Only then can we find peace." Determined to bring solace to these wandering spirits, Sarah delved deeper into the town's history, unearthing long-forgotten tales of treacherous waters and a tragic shipwreck. She consulted historians, combed through archives, and interviewed elderly locals who held fragments of the truth. Through her relentless pursuit, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. Sarah discovered evidence of a nefarious conspiracy that had led to the ship's demise, a tale of greed, betrayal, and lives lost in the pursuit of power. Armed with her findings, Sarah organized a community gathering, inviting townspeople, historians, and the descendants of the ship's crew. With the captain's spectral presence looming overhead, she presented her revelations, unveiling the truth that had been hidden for generations. Tears streamed down the faces of the descendants as they listened to the harrowing story of their ancestors' fate. The weight of their burden lifted as the spirits aboard the ghost ship shimmered, their ethereal forms gradually dissipating into the night. The town, once haunted by a tragic past, found closure and healing in the embrace of truth. Grateful townsfolk thanked Sarah for her unwavering dedication, acknowledging her as a beacon of light in their darkest hour. As Sarah bid farewell to the coastal town, her heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment. The spirits of the ghost ship had found their peace, and their story would no longer be forgotten. It was a testament to the power of truth and the impact one person could make when they chose to delve into the unknown. With renewed resolve, Sarah set her sights on the next chapter of her journey, ready to face whatever darkness awaited her, armed with the knowledge that her pursuit of the paranormal had the power to heal both the living and the dead. Sarah's next investigation led her to a small, secluded village nestled deep within an ancient forest. The villagers whispered tales of a long-abandoned asylum that stood at the heart of their community, a place plagued by madness, tortured souls, and unspeakable horrors. Intrigued and haunted by the echoes of the past, Sarah ventured into the village square. The air was heavy with an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The villagers watched her arrival with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, their faces etched with years of fear and secrecy. She approached an elderly woman, the lines on her face etching a map of a troubled existence. Sarah extended a gentle hand and spoke in a soothing voice, "I seek the truth, the untold stories that lie within the asylum's walls. Will you share your knowledge with me?" The woman's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and longing. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and beckoned for Sarah to follow. Through winding paths and overgrown vegetation, they reached the gates of the asylum, an imposing structure that exuded a malevolence that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. The doors creaked open, revealing a labyrinth of decayed hallways and broken promises. The air was thick with the scent of dampness and despair. As Sarah stepped inside, the weight of the building's history pressed upon her, as if the walls themselves held the secrets of 1,000 tormented souls. Her footsteps echoed through the asylum, a haunting symphony of her presence amidst the echoes of the past. She moved cautiously, guided by a mixture of intuition and a quest for understanding. In a forgotten corner, she stumbled upon a dusty, disheveled room. The flickering light of her flashlight illuminated fragments of forgotten lives, a child's toy abandoned in a corner, tattered drawings hanging precariously on the walls. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind brushed against her cheek, extinguishing her flashlight. Darkness swallowed the room, and the air became heavy with a stifling presence. Sarah's heart raced as she fumbled for her backup flashlight, her mind filled with both excitement and trepidation. With the beam of light restored, she turned to face the room again, only to find it transformed. The walls pulsated with ethereal energy, and the air crackled with a haunting chorus of whispers. As Sarah strained to make sense of the otherworldly voices, the shadows coalesced into ghostly apparitions, spirits that had been trapped within the asylum's walls, their tortured souls desperate to be heard. Their voices merged into a haunting symphony, recounting tales of anguish, mistreatment, and the dark experiments that had shattered their minds and stolen their lives. Sarah listened intently, her heart aching for their suffering and her resolve strengthened by their resilience. Driven by a deep empathy, she vowed to give these forgotten souls the voice they had long been denied. The truth would be uncovered, their stories would be told, and justice would prevail. Armed with determination, Sarah immersed herself in the asylum's archives, meticulously piecing together fragments of records and patient accounts. She sought out surviving relatives, interviewed former staff members, and consulted experts in the field of mental health. As the layers of darkness were peeled away, a web of corruption, cruelty, and hidden agendas emerged. The asylum had been a place of horrors, where the vulnerable were exploited and subjected to unspeakable atrocities. Sarah documented her findings meticulously, compiling a comprehensive report that exposed the truth behind the asylum's dark history. The evidence she gathered would become a catalyst for justice, a reckoning that would hold accountable those responsible for the suffering inflicted upon the forgotten souls. In a final act of catharsis, Sarah organized a community gathering in the village square. The villagers, initially apprehensive, embraced her as their advocate, their guardian against the shadows that had plagued their lives for far too long. Standing before the crowd, Sarah unveiled her findings, painting a vivid picture of the asylum's atrocities. The air grew heavy with a collective gasp as the truth washed over them, like a purifying storm. Silence settled over the village square, broken only by the quiet sobs of those who had lost loved ones to the asylum's cruelty. The weight of the revelations was undeniable, but within that heaviness, there was also a glimmer of hope, a collective resolve to ensure that such darkness would never be allowed to taint their lives again. The village united, demanding justice for the victims, and their voices reverberated through the corridors of power. The wheels of justice were set in motion, and those responsible for the horrors of the asylum would finally face the consequences of their actions. As Sarah stood amidst the villagers, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. The forgotten souls of the asylum had been given their voice, their stories etched into the annals of history. And while the scars of the past remained, the healing had begun, a testament to the power of uncovering the truth and the resilience of the human spirit. With renewed purpose, Sarah vowed to continue her pursuit of justice and uncover the hidden secrets that lay dormant in the shadows. Her resolve was unyielding, fueled by the knowledge that she could bring light to the darkest corners, ensuring that no soul would be forgotten again. Sarah's relentless pursuit of justice and her unyielding determination to bring light to the darkest corners led her to the halls of power. Armed with her findings and the collective support of the villagers, she sought to hold those responsible for the horrors of the asylum accountable. She reached out to influential journalists, human rights organizations, and legal experts, sharing her meticulously compiled report and the testimonies of the victims' families. The evidence she presented was so compelling that it sparked national attention, igniting a public outcry for justice. Media outlets clamored for interviews with Sarah, eager to shed light on the truth she had unearthed. Television programs dedicated entire segments to the asylum's history and the ongoing efforts to seek justice. The nation watched with bated breath as the wheels of justice turned. In the halls of government, Sarah met with politicians, urging them to launch an official inquiry into the asylum's atrocities. She refused to let the darkness of the past be swept under the rug. Her tenacity and the overwhelming public support propelled her cause forward, making it impossible to ignore. Finally, after months of relentless campaigning, the government established a special commission to investigate the asylum. Sarah was appointed as a key consultant, her expertise and first-hand knowledge invaluable to the process. The commission delved deep into the hidden corners of the asylum's history, uncovering further evidence of systemic abuse, neglect, and corruption. They interviewed surviving victims, gathered testimonies, and scrutinized records with meticulous detail. Sarah stood at the forefront of the investigation, a beacon of truth guiding the commission's efforts. Together, they built an airtight case against those who had perpetuated the horrors within the asylum. Months turned into years as the commission worked tirelessly to ensure that justice would prevail. Their efforts culminated in a series of high-profile trials, where the perpetrators were brought before the court of law to face the consequences of their actions. The trials were broadcast live, gripping the nation with a mix of horror and satisfaction. Families of the victims found solace in seeing the perpetrators held accountable. The guilty were sentenced, their names etched in infamy, their deeds finally laid bare for all to see. Sarah, her mission accomplished, stood on the steps of the courthouse, surrounded by the families of the victims. She spoke passionately about the importance of shining a light on the darkest corners of society, of fighting for justice, and of never forgetting the voices that had been silenced for far too long. Her words resonated with the crowd, and as she finished her speech, applause erupted, a resounding tribute to her unwavering dedication and the triumph of truth over darkness. But Sarah knew that her work was far from over. She had witnessed firsthand the transformative power of uncovering the truth, and she pledged to continue her pursuit of justice for the forgotten and the oppressed. Her name would forever be associated with the asylum's exposure, a symbol of courage and resilience. As she walked away from the courthouse, her head held high, Sarah knew that the path ahead would be challenging. Yet, armed with the knowledge that she had made a difference in the lives of the victims and their families, she felt an indomitable spirit burning within her. The journey to uncover the hidden truths and fight for justice had become her life's purpose. With each step forward, Sarah was determined to bring light to the darkness, to be a voice for the voiceless, and to ensure that no soul would ever be forgotten again. Years had passed since Sarah's relentless pursuit of justice had brought the horrors of the asylum to light. The trials had concluded, the guilty had been held accountable, and the victims' families had found some semblance of closure. But for Sarah, the fight was far from over. She had become a renowned investigative journalist, sought after for her unwavering commitment to exposing hidden truths and seeking justice. Her name had become synonymous with uncovering dark secrets, and her work had inspired a new generation of truth seekers. One rainy evening, as Sarah sat in her cluttered office, surrounded by stacks of documents and photographs, a young woman knocked softly on her door. She was trembling, her eyes haunted by the weight of a hidden secret. The woman introduced herself as Emily, a former employee at a prestigious corporation with a dark underbelly. She revealed that the company engaged in unethical practices, endangering the lives of innocent people for profit. Her conscience burdened her, and she knew she had to speak out, but fear had kept her silent, until now. Sarah's eyes sparkled with a mixture of compassion and determination as she listened to Emily's story. She saw in Emily a reflection of her younger self, a person willing to risk everything to expose the truth. "I believe you, Emily," Sarah said, her voice filled with unwavering conviction. "Together, we will shed light on the darkness that plagues this corporation and hold them accountable." Days turned into weeks as Sarah and Emily delved deep into the labyrinthine web of corporate deceit. They uncovered evidence of environmental pollution, worker exploitation, and a ruthless disregard for human life. The more they uncovered, the more their resolve solidified. With each revelation, Sarah published hard-hitting articles, exposing the corporation's misdeeds to the world. The public, awakened by her words, rallied behind the cause, demanding justice and systemic change. But the corporation fought back, unleashing a barrage of legal threats and attempting to silence Sarah and Emily. Undeterred, they pressed forward, their determination fueled by the knowledge that the truth had to prevail. As the battle intensified, Sarah found herself facing not only corporate resistance but also personal risks. She received anonymous threats, her reputation was tarnished, and her life became a constant juggling act of safety precautions and relentless pursuit of the truth. Yet, she remained unyielding. In a dramatic turn of events, a courageous whistleblower emerged from within the corporation, armed with damning evidence that laid bare the depth of their crimes. The evidence was irrefutable, and the public outcry became deafening. Sarah's tireless work had paved the way for a full-scale investigation, spearheaded by dedicated law enforcement officials and government agencies. The corporation's empire began to crumble as indictments were handed down and executives faced trial. The courtroom became a battleground, where the truth clashed with deception. Sarah stood at the forefront, presenting the evidence she had meticulously gathered. Dismantling the corporation's web of lies one thread at a time, her unwavering determination and the weight of evidence proved insurmountable. The guilty were convicted, and justice prevailed once again. But Sarah knew that her work was not done. With the corporation exposed and its leaders held accountable, she turned her attention to systemic change. She became an advocate for corporate reform, working with lawmakers and organizations to create stricter regulations and hold corporations accountable for their actions. Her tireless efforts sparked a nationwide movement, inspiring people from all walks of life to demand transparency, integrity, and ethical practices from the institutions that shaped society. Sarah's name became synonymous with the triumph of truth and justice. Her legacy extended far beyond individual cases, as she continued to expose hidden truths, fight for the voiceless, and pave the way for a more just and accountable world. With every step forward, Sarah knew that there would always be darkness to confront, secrets to uncover, and battles to fight. But she was fueled by an unyielding passion to bring light to the shadows, to give a voice to the silence, and to ensure that the truth would always prevail. As the rain poured outside her office window, Sarah took a deep breath, ready to embark on the next chapter of her journey. The path ahead was uncertain, But she was armed with unwavering resolve and the knowledge that her pursuit of truth and justice had the power to change lives, shape destinies, and create a better world. Sarah stood on the precipice of a new investigation, her heart pounding with anticipation. The case that lay before her was shrouded in mystery, a series of disappearances in a small, isolated town nestled deep in the mountains. She had received a letter from a desperate mother, pleading for help in finding her missing daughter. The words carried a haunting sense of anguish, and Sarah couldn't turn a blind eye to the woman's plea. Armed with her trusty notepad, camera, and a renewed sense of purpose, Sarah set off for the mountain town. The journey was treacherous, the winding road seemingly leading to a realm untouched by time. As she arrived, the atmosphere was suffused with an unsettling stillness. The townsfolk's eyes held a mix of fear and resignation, as if they had long accepted the mysterious disappearances as an inevitable part of their lives. Sarah knew she had to tread carefully. She reached out to the townspeople, earning their trust one conversation at a time. Whispered stories emerged, a fabled creature, lurking in the shadows, whispered curses from the past, and a palpable sense of unease that permeated the town. She scoured the local archives, piecing together a chilling history of the town. Legends of a malevolent spirit and a dark pact forged generations ago seeped into her consciousness, further fueling her determination to uncover the truth. One evening, as the moon cast an eerie glow over the town, Sarah found herself drawn to an abandoned house on the outskirts. It stood dilapidated, its weathered facade a testament to the passage of time and neglect. With trepidation, she stepped inside, her footsteps echoing through the empty rooms. The air was heavy with a chilling presence, a lingering energy that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. As Sarah ventured deeper into the house, her heart raced with anticipation. She could feel the weight of history pressing upon her, urging her forward. And then, she saw it, a hidden passageway concealed behind a bookshelf. Driven by a mix of curiosity and determination, Sarah pushed the bookshelf aside, revealing a hidden staircase leading down into the depths of the earth. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding enveloped her, but she pressed on. The staircase seemed to descend endlessly, until finally, she emerged into a dimly lit chamber, a forgotten sanctuary shrouded in darkness. The flickering light of her flashlight danced upon ancient symbols etched into the walls, hinting at a forbidden ritual long lost to time. With each step she took, the room seemed to come alive, a chorus of whispers, a chilling breeze, and a presence that sent shivers down her spine. Sarah could sense that she had stumbled upon something far more sinister than she had ever imagined. As she approached a weathered altar at the center of the chamber, a sudden gust of wind extinguished her flashlight. The darkness enveloped her, leaving her standing in pitch-black silence. Fear clutched at her heart, but Sarah summoned her courage, her resolve unyielding. She reached into her pocket, producing a small lighter, and ignited the flame. The feeble light danced across the room, revealing a shocking sight. Gathered around the altar were cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadows. Their eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intensity, and an unsettling hush fell upon the chamber. It was a congregation of darkness, bound by a malevolent force that Sarah couldn't comprehend. A voice, ancient and raspy, broke the silence. "You have trespassed upon sacred ground, mortal," it hissed. "Prepare to face the consequences of your curiosity." But Sarah, undeterred, stood her ground. She had faced horrors before, and she would not be silenced now. She spoke with a resolute conviction, her words cutting through the oppressive silence. "I will uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Your reign of darkness ends here." The room erupted in a cacophony of malevolent laughter and murmurs, but Sarah remained steadfast. She knew that the secrets hidden within the depths of the mountain town were too powerful to be ignored. She had unearthed a darkness that threatened not just the town, but perhaps the world itself. With her lighter held high, casting a flickering light in the face of the unknown, Sarah prepared to confront the malevolent forces that had plagued the town for generations. The battle for truth and justice had just begun, and she was determined to see it through to its harrowing conclusion. As Sarah squared her shoulders and faced the cloaked figures, a surge of energy coursed through her veins. The weight of their collective gaze bore down upon her. But she refused to falter. She had come too far to retreat now. With a steady voice, Sarah addressed the shadowy congregation. Your reign of terror ends here. The people of this town deserve answers, and I will not rest until I uncover the truth behind these disappearances. The figures shifted uneasily, their dark forms seeming to pulsate with a sinister energy. From the depths of the chamber, a voice emerged, dripping with malice and ancient wisdom. Curious mortal, the voice sneered. You underestimate the power that lies within these walls. Your pursuit of truth shall lead you only to your doom. But Sarah, bolstered by her unwavering resolve, stood her ground. She had faced horrors before, witnessed the darkest depths of human cruelty, and emerged stronger. This was just another battle in her unyielding crusade for justice. I may be mortal, she proclaimed, her voice carrying a note of defiance. But I have the power of truth on my side. I will uncover your secrets, expose the darkness that haunts this town, and bring an end to your malevolent reign. The air crackled with tension as the congregation contemplated her words. Time seemed to stretch, the moment suspended in a delicate balance between light and shadow. Then, with an eruption of supernatural force, the figures lunged towards Sarah, their intentions clear. But she was prepared, drawing upon her wits and instinct. She dodged their ethereal grasps, moving with a grace forged in the face of danger. Sarah's determination fueled her movements as she weaved through the darkness, her lighter casting erratic shadows across the chamber. She deftly avoided their relentless onslaught, each near miss only strengthening her resolve. As she navigated the chaos, a glimmer of insight sparked within her. She realized that the source of their power lay in the altar at the center of the chamber. It was the heart of their malevolence, the key to their control over the town. Summoning all her courage, Sarah launched herself towards the altar, her body pulsating with adrenaline. She tore at the ancient symbols etched into its surface, disrupting the energy that bound the figures to their dark purpose. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the chamber as the figures recoiled, their power waning. Sarah seized the moment, brandishing her lighter like a weapon. She ignited a small fire, its light piercing through the shadows, casting out the darkness that had plagued the town for far too long. In the face of the growing blaze, the cloaked figures crumbled, dissolving into nothingness. Their malevolent presence faded, leaving only echoes of their maleficent existence. As the chamber settled into silence, Sarah stood amidst the embers of her triumph. The weight of the town's collective pain and fear lifted, replaced by a newfound sense of hope. Word of her victory spread through the town like wildfire. The townspeople, once resigned to their fate, now rallied behind Sarah, grateful for her courage and tenacity. Together, they vowed to rebuild and forge a brighter future, free from the grasp of darkness. But Sarah knew her work was far from over. The uncovering of the town's secrets had merely been the beginning. She would continue her relentless pursuit of truth and justice, shining a light on the hidden horrors that plagued the world. As she stepped out of the chamber, the mountain air kissed her face, and a gust of wind whispered promises of new beginnings. Sarah embraced the unknown, her resolve unshakable. There were still mysteries to unravel, battles to fight, and the truth to unearth. And she would stop at nothing to ensure that the darkness would never prevail again. Sarah returned to her office, her mind buzzing with the echoes of her recent victory. The mountain town's tale was now etched in her memory, a testament to the indomitable spirit of truth and justice. But as she settled into her chair, a new challenge presented itself, a mysterious package left on her desk. Curiosity piqued, Sarah carefully opened the package, revealing a weathered journal bound in cracked leather. Its pages held the promise of untold secrets and hidden horrors yet to be uncovered. A sense of trepidation mingled with excitement as she began to read the journal's haunting contents. The journal chronicled the experiences of a renowned explorer who had ventured into uncharted territories, driven by an insatiable thirst for the unknown. It spoke of a cursed expedition to a remote island, where darkness reigned supreme, and unspeakable nightmares lurked in the shadows. Sarah's heart quickened as she delved deeper into the explorer's harrowing accounts. The island seemed to hold the key to an ancient evil, an enigma that demanded to be unraveled. It whispered to her, beckoning her to follow its trail of darkness. Driven by her insatiable curiosity and her unyielding sense of justice, Sarah made a fateful decision. She would embark on a perilous journey to the island, determined to confront the malevolence that had plagued it for centuries. Days turned into weeks as Sarah meticulously prepared for her expedition. She gathered a team of trusted allies, individuals whose expertise and unwavering loyalty matched her own. Together, they equipped themselves for the treacherous path that lay ahead. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The small group boarded a weathered vessel, braving the stormy seas that led to the accursed island. Sarah stood at the ship's bow, her eyes fixed on the horizon, a mix of determination and apprehension etched upon her face. As they neared the island's shores, the air grew heavy with an otherworldly aura. The landscape unfolded before them, a grotesque tapestry of twisted trees, fog-shrouded cliffs, and foreboding silence. The island seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating their arrival. Sarah's team ventured deeper into the island, their senses on high alert. The oppressive atmosphere weighed upon them, every step laced with both dread and anticipation. Whispers carried on the wind, the island's secrets teasing their ears. In a clearing, they stumbled upon a decrepit structure, long abandoned and overrun by nature's reclaiming grip. It beckoned them, its broken windows and creaking doors inviting them to uncover the island's malevolent heart. With cautious steps, they entered the dilapidated building. Its interior revealed a forgotten laboratory, remnants of experiments left to decay. The air was thick with a lingering malevolence, a reminder of the horrors that had transpired within its walls. Sarah's pulse quickened as she discovered a hidden passage, obscured by time and neglect. She knew this was the gateway to the truth she sought. Ignoring the pounding of her heart, she led her team deeper into the labyrinthine catacombs that lay beneath the island's surface. As they descended further, the corridors twisted and turned, an unsettling reflection of the darkness that consumed the island. Their footsteps echoed, accompanied by the distant drip of water and the whispers of something ancient and sinister. Finally, they arrived in a vast chamber, its walls adorned with cryptic symbols and illuminated by a pale, ethereal glow. In the center stood an altar, an eerie presence emanating from its enigmatic form. Sarah's eyes locked onto the altar, a mixture of trepidation and determination in her gaze. She could sense that the answers she sought lay within its ancient engravings. With steady hands, she began to decipher the symbols, revealing a chilling revelation. The island had been a site of dark rituals, a conduit for unspeakable forces. The explorer's journal had only scratched the surface of the evil that lurked here. Sarah understood that her presence on the island was not a mere coincidence, it was fate's way of bringing her face to face with a malevolence that threatened not only the island but the very fabric of existence. A sudden tremor shook the chamber, the ground quaking beneath their feet. The island was awakening, its dormant darkness surging forth. Sarah knew that time was running out. With unwavering resolve, she turned to her team. "We must find a way to seal the darkness back where it belongs," she declared. "The fate of this island, and perhaps even the world, rests in our hands." Armed with courage and determination, Sarah and her team embarked on a race against time. They would need to unlock the island's secrets, navigate its treacherous terrain, and confront the ancient evil that threatened to consume them all. In the face of unimaginable horrors, Sarah's spirit remained unyielding. She was prepared to pay any price, face any nightmare, to bring an end to the darkness that plagued the island. The battle had begun, and the stakes had never been higher. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the island, Sarah's mind raced with questions. What secrets did the island hold? What ancient powers would they encounter? And most importantly, would they be able to seal the darkness before it swallowed them whole? Only time would tell as they pressed forward, their footsteps echoing in the desolate corridors, determined to bring an end to the island's curse and ensure that the light of truth would prevail over the shadows of evil. The team moved cautiously through the twisting corridors, their flashlights casting eerie shadows against the ancient stone walls. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, and Sarah's heart pounded with anticipation and fear. As they navigated through the labyrinthine passages, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Every step seemed to bring them closer to the source of the island's evil, and the weight of that knowledge threatened to crush her. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the chamber, piercing the silence. Sarah's heart leapt into her throat as she and the rest of the team raced towards the sound. In the dim light of their flashlights, they saw a horrifying sight. One of their team members lay motionless on the ground, a look of terror frozen on their face. Their bodies were twisted and contorted, as if in the throes of unimaginable agony. Sarah knelt down beside them, tears streaming down her face. She knew there was nothing they could do to save their fallen comrade. All they could do was press on, and make sure that their sacrifice was not in vain. As they stood up to move on, a voice boomed through the chamber. "You think you can stop me? You are nothing but insects, crawling on the surface of my island." Sarah gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. "We will stop you," she called out, her voice ringing with defiance. "We will make sure that your evil is banished from this world forever." With a thunderous roar, the darkness surged forward, enveloping them in its malevolent embrace. Sarah and her team stood firm, drawing strength from each other as they prepared to face the ultimate test of their courage and determination. The battle had begun, and the fate of the island, and the world, hung in the balance. Sarah and her remaining team members stood their ground, their hearts pounding with adrenaline as the darkness closed in on them. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, the presence of the ancient evil becoming almost suffocating. Summoning every ounce of bravery, Sarah raised her flashlight high, illuminating the chamber with a defiant beam of light. The darkness recoiled, momentarily weakened by the piercing illumination. It was a small victory, but it emboldened them. "We can't let fear consume us," Sarah declared, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. "Together, we will overcome this darkness. We will not falter." As one, the team members rallied around her, their resolve strengthened by her words. They formed a tight circle, their flashlights interlocking to create a barrier of light against the encroaching shadows. With each step they took, the darkness seemed to push back, a relentless force trying to extinguish their light. But they pressed on, determination etched on their faces, as they ventured further into the heart of the chamber. Suddenly, a shape materialized from the shadows, a towering figure of darkness and malice. It radiated an overwhelming sense of malevolence, its presence suffocating and suffusing the air with a sickly sweetness. Sarah's heart skipped a beat, but she refused to let fear paralyze her. She locked eyes with the creature, a testament to her unwavering resolve. "You have no power over us," she shouted, her voice carrying a resonance that defied the creature's dominance. "We will not yield to your darkness." The creature lunged forward with a roar, tendrils of inky blackness reaching out to ensnare them. But Sarah and her team were prepared. They fought back with unwavering determination, striking at the shadows with their flashlights and weapons, driving the darkness back with every blow. A fierce battle ensued, the clash between light and darkness escalating into a cataclysmic struggle. The chamber trembled with the force of their confrontation, as if the very foundations of the island quivered beneath the weight of their conflict. Sarah's heart raced as she fought, her movements fueled by a potent mix of fear and courage. She exchanged blows with the creature, their conflict a dance of light and shadow, of good and evil. She could feel the power coursing through her, a surge of energy fueled by her unwavering conviction. Finally, with a final, desperate surge of strength, Sarah landed a decisive blow. The creature let out an otherworldly shriek, its form dissipating into nothingness. The darkness receded, retreating to the farthest corners of the chamber. Panting, covered in sweat and dust, Sarah stood amidst the aftermath of their battle. She glanced at her team, their faces etched with exhaustion but also triumph. They had faced the darkness head-on and emerged victorious. The chamber, once suffocating with malevolence, now felt lighter. The air held a newfound clarity, as if the island itself rejoiced in their victory. Sarah knew that they had succeeded in banishing the ancient evil, at least from this chamber. But their mission was not yet complete. The island still held secrets to be uncovered, mysteries to be unraveled. With newfound determination, Sarah led her team forward, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, the echoes of their victory followed them. They knew that the island's darkness was not easily vanquished, but they also knew that their resolve was unyielding. The battle for the island's soul was far from over, but Sarah and her team would face it head-on, armed with the power of light and the strength of their unity. They would not rest until the island was cleansed, and the shadows that haunted it were forever banished. And so, they pressed on, their footsteps echoing through the ancient corridors, their determination unbreakable, as they embarked on the next chapter of their extraordinary horror story. Sarah and her team continued their treacherous journey through the island's labyrinthine corridors, their senses heightened and their nerves on edge. Every step brought them closer to the heart of the island, to the source of its ancient evil. As they ventured deeper, the air grew heavy with an eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water and their own breaths echoing through the dimly lit passages. The walls seemed to close in, twisting and warping in unsettling ways, as if the island itself was alive and taunting them. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. Symbols etched on the walls pulsed with a strange energy, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper forbidden secrets. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, adorned with a crystal artifact that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Sarah approached the pedestal cautiously, her eyes fixed on the artifact. There was an unmistakable aura of power emanating from it, a force that both intrigued and terrified her. She knew that touching it could unleash unknown consequences, but her thirst for answers and her unwavering determination urged her forward. With a trembling hand, Sarah reached out and gently grasped the crystal artifact. As soon as her fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her body, filling her with knowledge that transcended human comprehension. Visions flashed before her eyes, fragments of the island's dark past and its malevolent purpose. Gasping, Sarah withdrew her hand, her mind reeling from the intensity of the experience. She turned to her team, their faces mirroring a mix of concern and curiosity. This artifact holds the key to understanding the true nature of the islands evil, she explained, her voice tinged with both awe and urgency. We must find a way to harness its power and use it against the darkness. The team members exchanged determined glances, knowing that their mission had taken an unexpected turn. They understood that the crystal artifact was their best chance at unraveling the island's mysteries and ultimately restoring peace. Guided by newfound purpose, Sarah and her team embarked on a quest to unlock the artifact's true potential. They meticulously studied the symbols adorning the walls, delved into ancient texts, and consulted their collective knowledge and expertise. Days turned into weeks as they toiled tirelessly, their efforts focused on deciphering the artifact's secrets. The island's malevolence continued to lurk in the shadows, testing their resolve at every turn. But Sarah and her team refused to be deterred. They knew that their success would not only bring an end to the island's curse but also safeguard the world from its insidious reach. Finally, a breakthrough came. Sarah pieced together the intricate puzzle of the artifact's power, unraveling its purpose and potential. It possessed the ability to channel and purify the island's darkness, transforming it into a force for good. Armed with this knowledge, Sarah and her team set out to confront the darkness head on. They returned to the chamber, the crystal artifact pulsating with a renewed intensity in Sarah's hand. With a resolute determination, they unleashed its power, directing the energy towards the very heart of the island. The chamber shook violently as the darkness writhed and convulsed, unable to withstand the purifying light. Shadows dispersed, dissipating into the ether, and a profound sense of relief washed over the island. As the last remnants of darkness faded away, Sarah and her team emerged from the chamber, their weary faces illuminated by a newfound hope. They had succeeded in harnessing the island's evil and transforming it into a force of redemption. But their journey was not yet complete. The island still held secrets to be uncovered, remnants of darkness that lingered in its hidden corners. With the crystal artifact in hand, Sarah led her team forward, ready to face whatever trials awaited them, united in purpose and fueled by the indomitable spirit that had carried them thus far. They ventured deeper into the heart of the island, determined to eradicate the remnants of darkness and bring lasting peace to the cursed land. And so, their extraordinary horror story continued, their quest for redemption and survival pushing them ever forward into the unknown. Sarah and her team ventured further into the depths of the island, their footsteps echoing through the desolate corridors. The air grew colder, chilling their bones, and an eerie silence settled around them, broken only by the faint sound of their own breaths. As they moved deeper into the darkness, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber, its entrance obscured by thick layers of cobwebs. The room seemed untouched by time, its walls adorned with faded tapestries and ancient artifacts that hinted at a forgotten era. Sarah's heart quickened with anticipation. She could sense that they were on the cusp of a significant revelation. With cautious steps, she led her team into the chamber, their flashlights illuminating the mysterious surroundings. In the center of the room, a stone pedestal stood, upon which rested a weathered tome. The pages of the book were yellowed and fragile, but the words etched onto them held a power that transcended time. Sarah approached the tome, her hand trembling as she reached out to grasp it. As her fingers made contact with the ancient pages, a surge of energy coursed through her once again, like a whisper from ages past. Visions filled her mind, vivid and unsettling. She saw a history steeped in darkness, a narrative of twisted rituals and unspeakable sacrifices. The island had been a conduit for malevolent forces, feeding on the souls of the lost and the desperate. Determined to unravel the island's secrets, Sarah began deciphering the ancient text. Within the tome, it revealed a ritual, a last resort to purge the island of its cursed legacy. The ritual required the combined efforts of the chosen few, those who possessed the strength to face the darkness head-on. Sarah's heart sank as she realized the cost of their mission. It would demand sacrifice, testing the very limits of their courage and loyalty. She glanced at her team, their eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and determination. They had come too far to turn back now. "We have a choice," Sarah spoke, her voice steady yet laced with urgency. "We can succumb to the darkness or embrace our collective strength to bring an end to this nightmare. The fate of this island and all those who have suffered rests with us." Her team nodded, their expressions resolute. They knew the path ahead would be treacherous, but they were prepared to face the ultimate test of their mettle. Together, they began preparations for the ritual, gathering the necessary artifacts and performing the intricate steps described in the ancient time. The atmosphere in the chamber crackled with a charged energy, as if the island itself sensed the impending battle for its soul. As the ritual commenced, the room filled with a luminescent glow, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. Sarah and her team stood in a circle, their hands clasped tightly, their minds focused on a single purpose: to banish the darkness and free the island from its cursed shackles. They chanted incantations passed down through generations, their voices harmonizing in a somber melody. The air became charged with a raw power, as if the very fabric of reality trembled under their unified intent. Suddenly, a vortex of swirling light and darkness materialized at the center of the chamber. It pulsed with an otherworldly energy, a vortex that threatened to consume everything in its path. Sarah and her team held their ground, their eyes fixed on the swirling abyss. With unwavering resolve, they channeled their collective strength, directing it toward the heart of the vortex. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center, engulfing the chamber in a brilliant cascade of illumination. The island convulsed, as if in the throes of a violent upheaval. And the vortex began to shrink, its power diminishing. In that moment, a resounding victory cry escaped Sarah's lips. The darkness that had plagued the island for centuries was being pushed back, its grip loosening with each passing second. The balance was shifting, and the island was on the precipice of salvation. As the light subsided, Sarah and her team stood in awe of the transformed chamber. The air felt lighter, cleansed of the malevolence that had plagued it for far too long. They had succeeded in their mission. The island was finally free. But their journey was not yet complete. The remnants of darkness still lurked. Remnants that needed to be purged entirely. With newfound hope and determination, Sarah and her team pressed forward, their hearts filled with the certainty that they were on the path to redemption. The extraordinary horror story that had consumed their lives was reaching its climax. They would confront the final remnants of evil, knowing that their unity and unwavering resolve would be their greatest weapons. Armed with the knowledge and power they had gained, Sarah and her team braced themselves for the ultimate confrontation, ready to face the final horrors that awaited them in their quest to restore the island's true essence. Sarah and her team pressed on, their determination unwavering as they delved deeper into the heart of the island. The air grew heavy with anticipation, each step laden with the weight of their collective purpose. As they ventured into a vast cavern, the atmosphere shifted. The walls pulsed with an ominous energy, and a sickly mist clung to the air, obscuring their vision. Flickering torches lined the cavern, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper malevolent secrets. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the chamber, reverberating with a blend of malice and desperation. "You dare defy me? I am the essence of this island, the darkness that seeps into every crevice of your world. You cannot vanquish me." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, disorienting Sarah and her team. But they stood tall, their resolve unshaken. They knew this was the final confrontation, the ultimate test of their mettle. Sarah's voice cut through the darkness, her words carrying a conviction that defied the looming evil. "We stand united against you, for the light within us is stronger than any darkness you can conjure. Your reign ends here." A primal roar erupted from the depths of the cavern, shaking the very foundations of the island. The mist thickened, forming tendrils that lashed out toward Sarah and her team, seeking to ensnare and suffocate them. But they fought back, unleashing the full force of their newfound power. Beams of light erupted from their palms, cutting through the darkness with a searing intensity. The tendrils recoiled, their malevolent essence evaporating into wisps of nothingness. The battle intensified as the darkness retaliated. Shadows writhed and twisted, coalescing into grotesque forms that lunged at the team, their clawed hands hungry for their destruction. Sarah and her team dodged and struck, their movements fluid and precise, a testament to their training and unwavering determination. With each blow they landed on, the darkness weakened, its grip on the island loosening. But the battle took its toll, draining their energy and testing their endurance. They knew they had to summon their last reserves of strength to triumph over this final malevolence. In a surge of collective willpower, Sarah and her team joined hands, their bodies glowing with an incandescent light. The energy within them intertwined, fusing into a radiant beacon that pierced the encroaching darkness. With a final burst of power, they unleashed a cataclysmic wave of light, consuming the shadows that remained. The cavern trembled, and a deafening roar reverberated through the chamber as the darkness was shattered, dispersed into oblivion. As the echoes subsided, the cavern fell into silence. Sarah and her team stood amidst the remnants of their victory, their bodies battered but their spirits unbroken. The island exhaled a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a burden it had carried for far too long. With heavy breaths and hearts filled with triumph, they surveyed the chamber. The darkness had been banished, its lingering presence eradicated. The island, once a bastion of malevolence, was now bathed in a gentle light, ready to be reborn. Sarah and her team knew their mission was complete. The extraordinary horror story that had consumed their lives had reached its climactic end. The island was freed from the shackles of darkness, its true essence restored. As they made their way back through the labyrinthine corridors, they carried with them the knowledge that they had not only saved themselves but had also brought salvation to a place that had known only despair. Their journey had been arduous, their sacrifices great, but they emerged stronger and forever changed. And so, Sarah and her team returned to the world they had left behind, carrying the lessons and memories of their extraordinary horror story. They vowed to honor the island's legacy, to ensure that its harrowing tale would never be forgotten. Their adventure had come to an end, but their bonds remained unbreakable. They had forged a camaraderie rooted in shared hardship, and their lives would forever be intertwined. United by their extraordinary journey, they faced the future with newfound courage, ready to confront whatever darkness may come their way. Years had passed since Sarah and her team had faced the horrors of the island. They had returned to their ordinary lives, but the memory of their extraordinary journey lingered within them, a constant reminder of their resilience and triumph. One evening, Sarah received an unexpected visitor at her doorstep. It was Ethan, a member of her team, whom she hadn't seen in years. His face bore the weight of time, but his eyes still held the spark of adventure. "Sarah," he greeted, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "I've discovered something that you need to see." Intrigued, Sarah invited Ethan inside. He produced a weathered map from his bag. Spreading it out on the table, it depicted a cluster of uncharted islands, each shrouded in mystery. "I've been studying ancient texts and legends," Ethan explained, his voice brimming with excitement. "And I believe these islands hold secrets similar to the one we encountered all those years ago. Secrets that could change everything." Sarah's heart quickened with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The extraordinary horror story they had lived through had left an indelible mark on their lives, and now the possibility of another adventure beckoned. "I thought our journey was over," Sarah admitted, her eyes meeting Ethan's. "But if there's a chance to make a difference again, to confront darkness and bring light to forgotten places, then I'm willing to take it." Ethan smiled, a silent understanding passing between them. The island had tested them, forged their spirits, and now fate had presented them with a new opportunity. Together, they assembled a team of trusted individuals, each with their unique skills and experiences. The echoes of their past drew them together, uniting them in a shared purpose. Equipped with knowledge, determination, and a burning curiosity, Sarah and her team set sail toward the uncharted islands. The sea stretched before them, its vastness echoing the endless possibilities that awaited. As they approached the first island, a chill wind swept through the air, carrying whispers of ancient secrets. The island stood cloaked in an aura of anticipation, as if it had been waiting for their arrival. Sarah looked at her team, their eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and excitement. They knew that their journey would be fraught with peril, but they also knew that their past experiences had prepared them for the challenges that lay ahead. With each step they took onto the unknown shores, the echoes of their previous adventure resonated within them. They were embarking on a new chapter, ready to face extraordinary horrors once again, armed with the knowledge that their unity and indomitable spirit could conquer even the darkest of mysteries. And so, their new adventure began, their path illuminated by the flickering torches of courage and curiosity. The extraordinary horror story that had shaped their lives was not over, it had merely found a new canvas on which to unfold. As they ventured further into the uncharted island, their hearts filled with anticipation. The echoes of the past merged with the whispers of the present, creating a symphony of uncertainty and possibility. Sarah and her team pressed on, guided by their unyielding spirit, eager to unravel the enigma that awaited them. Their extraordinary journey had taken a new turn, and the world held its breath, ready to witness the unfolding of another chapter in their remarkable tale. As Sarah and her team ventured deeper into the uncharted island, they found themselves surrounded by an eerie silence. The air was heavy with anticipation, and a sense of foreboding hung in the atmosphere. They could almost feel the island's secrets stirring, waiting to be unveiled. Their path led them through dense foliage, the ancient trees seeming to whisper ancient incantations. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the ground, causing the team to halt in their tracks. The earth beneath them trembled as if something massive was awakening from its slumber. A massive stone door emerged from the depths of the forest, its intricate carvings depicting scenes of long-forgotten rituals and unspeakable horrors. The team exchanged glances, a mixture of trepidation and determination etched on their faces. They had come too far to turn back now. Sarah stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch the ancient door. As her fingertips made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, a familiar echo of their previous encounter. The door responded to her touch, slowly grinding open, revealing a dark corridor that seemed to stretch into eternity. With measured steps, the team entered the labyrinthine passage. The air grew colder, and a faint, otherworldly glow illuminated their path. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously, reminding them of the solitude that enveloped them in this forsaken place. As they ventured deeper, the corridor gave way to a massive chamber, bathed in an ethereal light. The chamber pulsated with an ancient power, emanating from a towering pedestal at its center. On the pedestal rested an artifact, emitting an eerie aura that seemed to beckon to them. Sarah approached the artifact, her heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. It was a crystal, similar to the one they had discovered on the previous island, but with a distinct resonance. As she reached out to touch it, a vision flashed before her eyes. She saw glimpses of the island's dark history, the rituals that had once taken place in this very chamber, and the suffering that had plagued the land. The crystal held the key to unlocking the island's deepest secrets, but its power was intertwined with the malevolence that had plagued the place for centuries. With a deep breath, Sarah turned to her team. "We have a choice," she said, her voice resolute. "We can choose to embrace the power of this crystal and use it to bring light to this island, or we can destroy it and sever the ties that bind darkness to this place." A silence settled over the chamber as each team member contemplated the weight of Sarah's words. The decision held the fate of the island and their own lives in balance. One by one, they nodded, their eyes filled with determination. They had come this far not only to face the extraordinary horrors but to bring about a lasting change. The crystal had to be destroyed, no matter the cost. Together, they channeled their combined strength and unleashed a torrent of energy onto the crystal. Sparks flew, and the chamber trembled as the crystal cracked, its malevolent power dissipating into the ether. As the last shards of the crystal fell, the chamber was filled with blinding light, washing away the darkness that had plagued the island for centuries. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and a newfound sense of tranquility settled upon the team. They emerged from the chamber, their mission accomplished. The island had been freed from the grip of darkness, and the once foreboding place now radiated with a renewed energy. Nature seemed to rejoice, with flora and fauna flourishing in harmony. As Sarah and her team stood on the shores of the uncharted island, they knew that they had played a vital role in rewriting its history. Their extraordinary journey had not only tested their courage but had left an indelible mark on the island itself. With a sense of fulfillment and gratitude, they set sail back to their world, forever carrying the memories of their extraordinary horror story. But their adventures were far from over, for there were more tales waiting to be written, more islands to explore, and more darkness to be vanquished in the name of light. As the team sailed away from the uncharted island, Sarah couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness within her. The adventure that had consumed her for months had come to an end, and she knew that she would miss the thrill of the unknown. However, she also knew that there were many more uncharted islands waiting to be explored, and the mysteries of the world were endless. The team spent the next few weeks debriefing and analyzing their findings, trying to make sense of the extraordinary horrors they had encountered. They shared stories and experiences, trying to unravel the mysteries that had plagued the islands. Sarah was glad to have a team that she could rely on, and she knew that they had formed a bond that would last a lifetime. One day, Sarah received an unexpected call from her mentor, Drive Jones. He was calling from a research station in Antarctica, where a new discovery had been made. One that he believed would interest Sarah and her team. Without hesitation, Sarah gathered her team and set off on a new adventure, one that would take them to the frigid, desolate continent of Antarctica. The team arrived at the research station, where they were greeted by Dr. Jones and a team of scientists. Dr. Jones led Sarah and her team to a deep, underground cavern, where an ancient temple had been unearthed. The temple was similar to the ones they had encountered on their previous expeditions, but this one seemed to be of a different origin. The carvings and symbols were unfamiliar, and the energy emanating from within the temple was unlike anything they had ever encountered. As they approached the entrance to the temple, a sense of foreboding washed over Sarah. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were about to embark on a journey that would surpass anything they had experienced before. But Sarah and her team were not the kind to shy away from extraordinary horrors. They had faced the darkness and prevailed, and they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. With determined steps, Sarah and her team entered the ancient temple, their breath visible in the frigid air. The atmosphere inside was heavy, filled with an eerie silence that echoed through the vast chamber. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of mythical creatures, celestial bodies, and ancient rituals. As they ventured deeper into the temple, the temperature dropped even further, sending a chill down their spines. The air seemed to vibrate with a mysterious energy, causing their skin to prickle with anticipation. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from a distant room, drawing their attention. They cautiously approached, their eyes widening in awe as they entered the chamber. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. The room was adorned with a colossal statue, towering over them with an imposing presence. Its features were both awe-inspiring and terrifying, as if it was a deity from a forgotten era. Cradled in the statue's hands was a shimmering orb, pulsating within ethereal light. Sarah felt a magnetic pull towards the orb, her heart racing with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. She reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered above the orb. It seemed to respond to her touch, glowing brighter with each passing moment. A resonant voice echoed through the chamber, reverberating deep within their souls. Sarah, chosen one, you have come seeking answers. The path you tread is filled with perils and revelations. Embrace the power within you and unlock the truths that lie dormant. Sarah's mind raced with questions, but she understood the weight of the task before her. The team stood beside her, their unwavering support giving her the strength to accept the challenge. With a deep breath, she grasped the orb, allowing its energy to surge through her. Visions flashed before Sarah's eyes, ancient civilizations, forgotten prophecies, and the very essence of creation. She felt a surge of power, a connection to something greater than herself. The truths of the universe unveiled themselves, illuminating the shadows that had concealed them for eons. As the visions subsided, Sarah's eyes shimmered with newfound clarity. She turned to her team, their expressions filled with anticipation. We have been chosen to be the custodians of this knowledge, she proclaimed, her voice resolute. We have a duty to protect the balance of light and darkness, to ensure that the extraordinary horrors that lurk within the world do not tip the scales toward chaos. Her team nodded in agreement, understanding the responsibility they now bore. Together, they vowed to use their newfound wisdom and power for the greater good, to seek out and confront extraordinary horrors wherever they may arise. As they made their way out of the ancient temple, Sarah's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. The world was vast, and the unknown awaited them at every corner. With their bond unbreakable and their spirits ablaze, they set forth on a new chapter of their extraordinary journey, ready to face the extraordinary horrors that lay ahead, and to ensure that light would always prevail. Sarah and her team emerged from the ancient temple, their minds brimming with the weight of their newfound knowledge. The frigid air of Antarctica greeted them, reminding them of the harsh reality that awaited outside the temple's mystical walls. As they made their way back to the research station, they found themselves engrossed in intense discussions about the revelations they had experienced. The prophecies, the balance of light and darkness, and the duty they now carried weighed heavily on their minds. Back at the research station, they gathered in a small conference room, surrounded by maps, ancient texts, and research equipment. Dr. Jones, their esteemed mentor, joined them, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration for the team's achievements. "We have been entrusted with a great responsibility," Sarah addressed the team, her voice steady and resolute. "Our mission is not just to confront extraordinary horrors, but to understand them, to decipher the delicate balance that exists between light and darkness." Each member of the team nodded in agreement, their dedication unwavering. They had come too far and witnessed too much to shy away from their newfound purpose. Dr. Jones cleared his throat, his excitement evident in his voice. "There is a network of ancient sites scattered across the globe, remnants of civilizations long forgotten. These sites hold the keys to unlocking further truths and deepening our understanding of the extraordinary horrors we face." Sarah and her team exchanged glances, their determination resurfacing with renewed fervor. They knew that their journey was far from over. The extraordinary horrors they had encountered on the uncharted islands and within the ancient temple were just the beginning. Together, they embarked on a mission to explore these ancient sites, to delve into the mysteries that lay hidden within them. They would seek out artifacts, decipher cryptic texts, and unravel the secrets of civilizations long gone. Their expeditions took them to remote corners of the world, from dense jungles to arid deserts, from forgotten ruins to submerged depths. With each discovery, their understanding grew, and the threads connecting the extraordinary horrors became clearer. But as they delved deeper, they also faced greater challenges. They encountered entities that defied comprehension, forces that tested the limits of their courage and knowledge. Yet, their unity and the strength of their bond remained unyielding, allowing them to face even the most terrifying adversaries. Through their relentless pursuit of truth, they began to recognize patterns and connections among the extraordinary horrors they encountered. They realized that they were part of something larger, a cosmic struggle between the forces of light and darkness, where their actions held the power to tip the scales. Armed with their knowledge and experiences, Sarah and her team became beacons of hope in a world threatened by extraordinary horrors. They shared their findings, collaborated with other experts, and formed alliances with organizations dedicated to preserving the delicate balance. As they continued their extraordinary journey, the world watched in awe and admiration. Sarah and her team became legends, their names whispered in hushed tones among those who sought to understand the mysteries of the universe. But their purpose was not for fame or glory. It was a duty born out of their experiences, a commitment to protect and preserve the equilibrium that governed existence itself. They would not rest until the extraordinary horrors were brought to light and harmony was restored. And so, they pressed forward, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, armed with bravery and a steadfast resolve. The extraordinary horrors of the world trembled at their approach, for they knew that Sarah and her team would never cease in their pursuit of understanding, ensuring that the light would prevail, no matter the darkness they encountered. Sarah and her team found themselves standing at the entrance of an ancient underground labyrinth, hidden beneath the bustling streets of a modern metropolis. The rumors surrounding this place spoke of unspeakable horrors lurking within its depths, waiting to be discovered. With their flashlights cutting through the darkness, they cautiously stepped into the labyrinth. The air was heavy and suffocating, the walls covered in cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. Each step they took echoed through the corridors, as if awakening the dormant malevolence that lingered. As they ventured deeper, the walls seemed to close in around them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The team's nerves were stretched to their limits, and a sense of dread hung in the air. They reached a chamber bathed in an eerie glow. In its center stood a pedestal, adorned with a grotesque idol, its twisted visage a twisted amalgamation of human and monstrous features. The idol seemed to pulsate with a sickly energy, its presence emanating a malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. Sarah approached the pedestal, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that confronting this horror was their ultimate test, the culmination of all they had learned and experienced. With a shaky breath, she reached out to touch the idol, and a surge of power coursed through her. The idol's eyes flickered with an unsettling light, and a voice echoed within Sarah's mind. It whispered ancient incantations and promised unimaginable power in exchange for surrendering to the darkness. But Sarah had learned that true power lay not in succumbing to darkness, but in harnessing the light within. With unwavering resolve, Sarah withdrew her hand and spoke words of defiance. "We will not yield to your temptations. Our purpose is to protect the balance and bring light to the world. You will not prevail." The idol's glow flickered, and a deafening roar reverberated through the chamber. Shadows materialized, swirling around Sarah and her team, clawing at their resolve. But they stood strong, their unity forming an impenetrable shield against the encroaching darkness. With a final surge of strength, Sarah and her team unleashed a torrent of pure light, obliterating the idol and dispersing the darkness that had plagued the labyrinth. The chamber trembled, and the walls cracked, revealing a blinding light that poured in from the outside world. As they stepped out of the labyrinth, Sarah and her team were greeted by a city bathed in the warmth of dawn. The horrors they had confronted had left an indelible mark, but the world around them had been cleansed. News of their triumph spread like wildfire, inspiring others to confront the extraordinary horrors that lurked in the shadows. Sarah and her team became a symbol of hope and resilience, guiding countless others on their own extraordinary journeys. But Sarah knew that their work was far from over. The extraordinary horrors of the world were ever evolving, and their duty to protect the balance was eternal. With a renewed sense of purpose, they set forth to face new challenges, ready to confront whatever extraordinary horrors awaited them on the horizon. For as long as darkness threatened to consume the world, Sarah and her team would stand as guardians of the light, fighting to ensure that extraordinary horrors would never extinguish the flame of hope. Sarah and her team stood atop a mountain peak, their eyes fixed on the horizon. They had traveled to a remote, mist-shrouded land, rumored to be the dwelling place of an ancient and powerful entity. The extraordinary horrors they had encountered thus far paled in comparison to the looming threat they were about to face. The wind howled, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. Sarah tightened the grip on her weapon, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Her team stood beside her, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. As they descended into the misty valley below, a sense of unease settled upon them. The air grew colder, and a palpable darkness seemed to envelop their surroundings. Every step felt heavy, as if they were trudging through thick sludge. Finally, they reached the heart of the valley, where an ancient temple stood tall and imposing. Its crumbling facade bore witness to the ravages of time, and its walls exuded a malevolent energy that sent a chill down their spines. The team entered the temple cautiously, their senses heightened. The corridors were labyrinthine, twisting and turning in disorienting patterns. Strange whispers echoed through the air, their source impossible to discern. As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, obscuring their vision. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she felt the presence of the ancient entity drawing closer. She knew they were on the verge of confronting an extraordinary horror unlike anything they had ever faced. Finally, they reached a chamber at the heart of the temple. The room was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, save for a single beam of moonlight that pierced through a cracked ceiling, illuminating a dais in the center. Upon the dais stood a figure cloaked in shadow, their presence emanating an otherworldly power. Sarah and her team knew this was the entity they had come to face, the embodiment of an extraordinary horror. "Who dares intrude upon my domain?" The entity's voice echoed through the chamber, cold and menacing. "You are but insects before me." Sarah stepped forward, her voice unwavering. "We are here to restore the balance, to vanquish the darkness that threatens the world. We will not be swayed by your malevolence." The entity let out a bone-chilling laugh that reverberated through the chamber. "You cannot comprehend the power I possess. You are mere mortals, destined to be consumed by the shadows." But Sarah and her team were not deterred. They had faced unimaginable horrors, and their spirits burned with an unyielding resolve. Together, they unleashed a torrent of light, their combined strength pushing back the encroaching darkness. A fierce battle ensued, with the entity summoning dark tendrils and hurling powerful spells. But Sarah and her team fought with unrelenting determination, channeling their inner light to repel the malevolence that threatened to consume them. As the battle raged on, Sarah's weapon found its mark, striking a decisive blow against the entity. A blinding explosion of light erupted, shaking the temple to its core. The entity let out a final shriek, its form dissolving into nothingness. With the entity defeated, the darkness that had plagued the temple began to recede. The chamber filled with a warm, radiant light, illuminating the victorious team. Standing amidst the remnants of their battle, Sarah and her team emerged from the temple, triumph and exhaustion etched on their faces. The mist that had shrouded the land lifted, revealing a world reborn, freed from the clutches of an ancient horror. Their journey was far from over, for there would always be extraordinary horrors to confront. But Sarah and her team stood on the precipice of a sprawling, ancient forest. They had received reports of a series of unexplained disappearances in the area, and rumors whispered of a malevolent presence that haunted the depths of the woods. It was their duty to investigate and put an end to the extraordinary horror that plagued the land. With their gear in place and their determination unwavering, they ventured into the dense foliage. The forest seemed alive with a sinister energy, the twisted branches forming grotesque silhouettes against the fading daylight. Every step they took felt heavy, as if the forest itself resisted their intrusion. As they delved deeper, strange sounds echoed through the trees, whispers carried by the wind, rustling leaves that seemed to hold secrets, and the occasional unsettling growl that made their skin crawl. But they pressed on, guided by an unyielding sense of duty. Their path led them to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled roots snaking through the earth like serpents. The tree exuded an aura of darkness and despair, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Sarah approached the tree, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the extraordinary horror lurking within, a malevolence that hungered for the souls of the unwary. She had faced countless challenges, but this one seemed to test the very limits of her courage. As her hand touched the bark of the ancient tree, an unnatural silence fell over the clearing. A cold wind whispered through the leaves, carrying with it a voice filled with anguish, anger, and despair. "Why do you disturb my eternal slumber?" The voice resonated through Sarah's mind, chilling her to the core. "Leave this place or suffer the consequences." But Sarah stood firm, her voice steady as she addressed the ancient horror. "We have come to restore balance, to ensure that the innocent is protected and the darkness is banished. We will not falter in our mission." The ancient horror's voice rose in a cacophony of rage. It unleashed its fury, conjuring shadowy creatures that swirled around Sarah and her team, threatening to overwhelm them. But they stood shoulder to shoulder, their unwavering resolve creating a barrier against the encroaching darkness. With a surge of light, Sarah and her team fought back, their weapons and abilities fueled by their indomitable spirits. They unleashed a torrent of power, pushing back the shadowy minions and dispelling the darkness that had permeated the forest. In a final, climactic clash, Sarah's weapon struck true, cleaving through the ancient horror. A burst of radiant energy erupted from the ancient tree, illuminating the entire forest. The malevolent presence disintegrated, its grip on the land vanquished. As the forest began to sigh with relief, the trees rustling in harmony, Sarah and her team emerged from the clearing, victorious but weary. They had faced another extraordinary horror, and their triumph added another chapter to their ever-growing legacy. Yet, they knew their work was far from over. There were still extraordinary horrors lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered and confronted. With each battle fought, they grew stronger, their bond unbreakable, and their commitment unwavering. Sarah and her team pressed forward, ready to face whatever extraordinary horrors awaited them, knowing that the world relied on their courage and resilience. They were the guardians of light, the seekers of truth, and they would continue their Extraordinary journey, for the balance must always be preserved. Sarah and her team found themselves on the edge of a desolate, windswept coastline. The sun was setting, casting an eerie orange glow across the rocky terrain. They had received reports of a haunting presence that lingered in the abandoned lighthouse perched atop a cliff. It was said to be an extraordinary horror that defied explanation, and they were determined to confront it. As they climbed the treacherous path leading to the lighthouse, the sound of crashing waves filled their ears. The air was heavy with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation of their arrival. Reaching the weathered wooden door, Sarah hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the rusted handle. She felt a surge of unease, a deep-rooted instinct, warning her of the dangers that lay within. But she knew that to fulfill their duty, they had to face the unknown. With a deep breath, Sarah pushed open the creaking door, revealing a dimly lit interior. The lighthouse's once bright beacon had long since extinguished, leaving the space cloaked in shadows. The air was stale and musty, filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the distant howl of the wind. As they ascended the spiral staircase, each step seemed to echo through the hollow structure. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if the very walls of the lighthouse were closing in on them. Whispers danced on the edge of their hearing, tantalizing and maddening. Finally, they reached the top, stepping onto the circular balcony that encircled the lighthouse's summit. The view was breathtaking, the expanse of the turbulent sea stretching endlessly into the horizon. But their attention was drawn to the center of the balcony, where an extraordinary horror awaited. There, floating in midair, was a figure shrouded in darkness. It emanated an aura of despair and desolation, its presence suffocating. It turned its gaze towards Sarah and her team, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Why have you come?" the figure's voice echoed, chilling their bones. "You cannot fathom the depths of my sorrow, the weight of my existence." Sarah stepped forward, her voice filled with empathy. "We understand that pain and darkness are part of the human experience. But we believe that even in the face of extraordinary horrors, there is always a glimmer of hope, a possibility for redemption." The figure recoiled, its form flickering as if caught between worlds. "Hope, redemption, words that mean nothing to me. I have dwelled in darkness for far too long." But Sarah and her team refused to be discouraged. They drew upon their inner strength, their collective belief in the power of light and compassion. With unwavering determination, they unleashed a torrent of radiant energy, enveloping the extraordinary horror in a blinding halo of light. The figure writhed and twisted, its form contorting and disintegrating under the onslaught of pure goodness. In its wake, a gust of wind swept through the lighthouse, carrying away the remnants of the extraordinary horror. As the light faded, Sarah and her team stood in the center of the balcony, the weight of their victory mingling with a sense of bittersweet melancholy. They had confronted an extraordinary horror, but they knew that there would always be others, lurking in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. But they were undeterred. They understood that their mission was not to eradicate all darkness, but to stand as beacons of hope in a world filled with extraordinary horrors. With renewed purpose, they descended the lighthouse, ready to face whatever lay ahead on their extraordinary journey. For as long as there were those who believed in the power of light and the resilience of the human spirit, the extraordinary horrors would never triumph. And Sarah and her team would continue to walk the path, their hearts aflame with the resolve to confront the darkness and protect the world they held dear. Sarah and her team found themselves in a small, isolated village nestled deep within the mountains. The villagers had lived in fear for generations, plagued by a supernatural entity that emerged only during the darkest of nights. It was whispered that this extraordinary horror could possess the bodies of the unwary, turning them into vessels of malevolence. Determined to bring an end to the terror that had plagued the village for far too long, Sarah and her team set out to uncover the source of the extraordinary horror. They interviewed the villagers, piecing together fragments of ancient legends and local folklore that might hold the key to their investigation. Their search led them to a dilapidated, abandoned house at the edge of the village. The air was heavy with an ominous silence as they cautiously stepped through the creaking doorway. The interior was in disarray, as if a great struggle had taken place within its walls. As they explored the house, Sarah's eyes were drawn to a hidden trapdoor in the corner of the room. She felt a strange pull, an instinct that told her the answers they sought lay beneath their feet. With a determined nod, she motioned for her team to follow her into the darkness below. The trapdoor opened into a narrow, winding tunnel. The air grew colder, and the distant sound of dripping water filled their ears. They pressed forward, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead, until they reached a vast chamber deep within the earth. The chamber was adorned with ancient symbols and arcane artifacts, their purpose long forgotten. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a weathered journal. Sarah's heart quickened as she approached it, a sense of foreboding mingling with curiosity. With trembling hands, she opened the journal and began to read the faded pages. The words painted a tale of a tragic past, a curse that had befallen the village centuries ago. The extraordinary horror that haunted them was once a tortured soul, seeking vengeance for the injustice it had suffered. Moved by the story, Sarah realized that their mission was not just to vanquish the extraordinary horror, but to find a way to break the cycle of pain and suffering. She shared her discovery with her team, and together they devised a plan to confront the entity with compassion and understanding. Armed with the knowledge they had gained, they returned to the village and rallied its inhabitants. Sarah addressed the villagers, urging them to face their fears, to acknowledge the pain that had been inflicted upon the extraordinary horror. She spoke of forgiveness and reconciliation, of finding a way to free both the spirit and the village from the grip of darkness. That night, as the moon hung high in the sky, Sarah and her team, joined by the villagers, gathered at the village square. In a ritual of unity and empathy, they channeled their collective strength and compassion towards the extraordinary horror. As the entity materialized before them, a swirling mass of shadows and anguish, they reached out with open hearts, offering solace and understanding. Sarah stepped forward, her voice filled with sincerity. "We acknowledge your pain," she said, her words carrying the weight of centuries. "But we also offer forgiveness and the chance to find peace. Let go of your anger, and let the light guide you." The extraordinary horror hesitated, its form flickering uncertainly. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, revealing a figure engulfed in ethereal light. The tortured soul found solace in the village's compassion, and in that moment, the curse that had bound them all was shattered. As the extraordinary horror dissipated, a sense of tranquility washed over the village. The villagers, once burdened by fear, were now filled with hope and a renewed sense of community. They thanked Sarah and her team, grateful for the extraordinary courage and compassion they had shown. With the extraordinary horror banished and the village liberated from its grip, Sarah and her team bid farewell to the grateful villagers. They knew that their work was far from over, as there were always more extraordinary horrors to confront. But they left the village with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that they had made a difference in the lives of those they had helped. As they ventured into the night, their hearts aflame with purpose, Sarah and her team were ready to face the next extraordinary horror that awaited them, guided by their unwavering commitment to bring light to the darkest corners of the world. Sarah and her team arrived at an abandoned asylum that had gained notoriety for its haunted history. The extraordinary horror that lingered within its decaying walls was said to be one of the most malevolent they had ever encountered. As they cautiously entered the crumbling structure, their senses were assaulted by the stench of decay and the whispers of tortured souls. They ventured deeper into the asylum, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls. The air grew heavy with an oppressive energy, as if the very walls of the building held the weight of unspeakable horrors. Shadows danced and flickered, playing tricks in their eyes, and distant screams echoed in the distance, unsettling their nerves. In a dimly lit room, they discovered a series of old patient records scattered across a desk. Sarah and her team sifted through the disheveled papers, piecing together the stories of the tormented souls who had once inhabited this place. They felt the anguish and despair seeping into their souls, but they knew they had to push forward. Guided by their intuition, they followed a trail of whispers leading them to the basement. The atmosphere grew even more suffocating as they descended the crumbling staircase. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled upon them like a shroud. In the depths of the basement, they discovered a hidden chamber, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. At the center of the room stood an ancient, ornate mirror that seemed to pulsate with a sinister energy. It was the source of the extraordinary horror, a gateway between worlds. Sarah approached the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest. She saw her reflection, but it was distorted, twisted into a grotesque visage. As she reached out to touch the mirror's surface, a surge of dark energy coursed through her veins. The extraordinary horror seized upon her vulnerability, attempting to possess her. But Sarah's team reacted swiftly, encircling her and creating a protective barrier. With a collective effort, they summoned their inner strength and unleashed a torrent of pure light, pushing back the extraordinary horror's influence. Sarah fought against the entity's grip, her resolve unyielding. With a final surge of energy, Sarah shattered the mirror, releasing a blinding explosion of light that reverberated throughout the asylum. The extraordinary horror let out a guttural shriek, its form dissipating into the ether. The malevolent presence that had plagued the asylum was vanquished. As the dust settled and the asylum fell silent once more, Sarah and her team stood amidst the wreckage. They knew their victory was hard-won, but their mission was far from over. There were still extraordinary horrors to confront, new battles to be fought. With solemn determination, they left the asylum, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. Their hearts were heavy with the weight of the horrors they had witnessed, but also filled with a burning resolve to bring light to the darkest corners of the world. As they stepped into the moonlit night, their spirits undeterred, Sarah and her team continued on their extraordinary journey. They were the guardians of light, the warriors against the extraordinary horrors that plagued humanity. And they would not rest until the world was free from their grip. Sarah and her team arrived at an isolated cabin nestled deep within a dense, ancient forest. They had received reports of an extraordinary horror that had been terrorizing the local villagers, causing disappearances and unexplained phenomena. The cabin stood as the epicenter of the paranormal activity, emanating an aura of malevolence. As they cautiously approached the cabin, the air grew thick with an unnatural chill. The surrounding trees seemed to sway in anticipation, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Sarah's team exchanged nervous glances, their senses on high alert. Pushing open the cabin door, they were greeted by a haunting sight. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. The air was heavy with an acrid scent, a mixture of burnt offerings and ancient rituals. Symbols adorned the walls, etched with precision and purpose. They ventured further into the cabin, their footsteps echoing on the worn wooden floor. Whispers echoed through the rooms, growing louder with each step. The sound sent shivers down their spines, but they pressed on, their determination unwavering. In the heart of the cabin, they discovered a hidden chamber. It was a room filled with relics, artifacts, and books on occult practices. A foreboding energy hung in the air, crackling with malevolence. They knew they were getting closer to the source of the extraordinary horror. Sarah's gaze was drawn to an ancient tome resting on a stone pedestal. Its pages were yellowed with age, its contents a trove of forbidden knowledge. She felt an inexplicable connection to the book, a tingling sensation that ran up her arm as she reached out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the aged pages, a surge of energy coursed through her, causing the room to tremble. The extraordinary horror revealed itself, emerging from the shadows in a swirling vortex of darkness. Its form was indistinct, ever shifting and ethereal. Sarah and her team braced themselves, ready to face the extraordinary horror head on. They knew they couldn't defeat it with force alone, they needed to tap into Something deeper, something extraordinary within themselves. With unwavering resolve, Sarah stepped forward, her voice infused with confidence and compassion. She addressed the extraordinary horror, speaking words of understanding and empathy, reaching out to the pain that had consumed it. "We acknowledge your suffering," Sarah said, her voice resonating with strength. "But there is another path, a path of redemption and healing. Release the darkness that binds you and embrace the possibility of transformation." As Sarah spoke, a faint glimmer of light began to radiate within the extraordinary horror. It wavered and faltered, its dark form becoming more transparent. The pain and anger that had consumed it for so long started to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of hope. With a final surge of energy, the extraordinary horror dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a sense of profound peace. The cabin trembled, as if relieved to be freed from the clutches of darkness. Sarah and her team stood in awe, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. They had successfully confronted and redeemed the extraordinary horror, bringing solace to the troubled souls it had tormented. As they left the cabin, the forest seemed to welcome them, the trees whispering their gratitude in the wind. Sarah and her team walked out of the ancient woods, knowing that their extraordinary journey was far from over. There were more extraordinary horrors to face, more darkness to dispel, but they were emboldened by the knowledge that with compassion, understanding, and unwavering courage, they could bring light to the darkest corners of the world. Sarah and her team regrouped at their headquarters, a hidden sanctuary nestled deep in the mountains. The walls were adorned with maps, photographs, and notes from their previous encounters with extraordinary horrors. They gathered around a large table, ready to plan their next move. As they pored over their research and discussed their findings, a new report caught Sarah's attention. It detailed a series of unexplained events occurring in an old, abandoned mansion on the outskirts of a small town. Witnesses spoke of apparitions, poltergeist activity, and an overwhelming sense of dread that permeated the air. With a sense of purpose, Sarah presented the case to her team. They all agreed that this was their next target, another opportunity to confront an extraordinary horror and bring peace to those affected by its presence. They packed their gear, ensuring they were well equipped with the tools and knowledge they had gathered throughout their previous encounters. Each member of the team had honed their unique abilities, ready to face whatever awaited them in the mansion. As they arrived at the decrepit mansion, it loomed before them like a foreboding specter. Its dilapidated facade stood as a testament to forgotten secrets and untold horrors. They took a moment to steady their nerves, drawing strength from their shared purpose and camaraderie. Entering the mansion, they were met with an eerie stillness. The air was heavy with a palpable sense of anticipation, as if the mansion itself held its breath. They split up into smaller teams, each exploring different parts of the sprawling estate. Sarah's team ventured into the grand ballroom, its once grandeur now reduced to a haunting reminder of its former glory. Dust particles danced in the faint rays of sunlight that managed to pierce through the cracked windows. Shadows played tricks on their eyes, distorting the outlines of furniture and paintings on the walls. As they made their way through the mansion, they encountered residual energies and paranormal phenomena. Objects moved on their own, disembodied whispers filled the hallways, and cold drafts sent chills down their spines. But they pressed on, undeterred by the extraordinary horror attempts to intimidate them. In the heart of the mansion, they discovered a hidden chamber, locked away behind a heavy, ornate door. The room exuded an intense energy, like a vortex drawing them closer. With trepidation, they pushed open the door, revealing a room bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a statue, exquisitely crafted, but radiating a sense of otherworldly power. As they approached, the statue seemed to come to life, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. They could feel its malevolence, its hunger for fear and despair. But Sarah and her team were not deterred. They had faced extraordinary horrors before, and they had learned that compassion and understanding were their most potent weapons. They reached deep within themselves, finding the strength to confront the extraordinary horror head-on. With united determination, they surrounded the statue, their voices blending into a resolute chorus. They spoke words of empathy, compassion, and hope, channeling their collective energy to counter the darkness within the extraordinary horror. As they continued their ritual, the statue's glow flickered and waned. The malevolence that had consumed it began to recede, replaced by a sense of release and liberation. The statue crumbled, revealing a hidden artifact, a talisman that had been the source of the extraordinary horror's power. With the talisman in their possession, Sarah and her team knew they had succeeded in their mission. The mansion, once a place of fear and anguish, now echoed with a newfound tranquility. They left the chamber, carrying the artifact as a symbol of their triumph over darkness. As they stepped out into the moonlit night, a sense of fulfillment washed over them. They knew their journey was far from over, but they were invigorated by the knowledge that they were making a difference, one extraordinary horror at a time. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, ready to analyze the artifact and gather their strength for the next battle. They knew that the world was full of extraordinary horrors, but they were determined to bring light to even the darkest corners, one step at a time. As Sarah and her team gathered in the headquarters, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. They placed the artifact on a specially prepared table, surrounding it with protective symbols and lighting candles to create a sacred space. With focused determination, they began their investigation. They delved into ancient texts, consulted experts in paranormal phenomena, and conducted experiments to unlock the secrets held within the artifact. Their research led them down to a labyrinth of cryptic symbols and hidden meanings. Days turned into weeks as they painstakingly deciphered the artifact's purpose. It was a key to a dimension beyond their own, where extraordinary horrors lurked and drew power. Sarah and her team knew that to confront the source of these horrors, they had to venture into the unknown. Armed with their knowledge and the artifacts they had collected along their journey, they prepared for the ultimate challenge. They embarked on a perilous expedition, guided by their unwavering resolve to protect humanity from the extraordinary horrors that threatened to engulf it. The portal awaited them in a desolate, forgotten realm. Its entrance shimmered with an otherworldly light, beckoning them forward. Sarah and her team stepped through, crossing the threshold between their world and the realm of extraordinary horrors. In this new dimension, they encountered grotesque creatures, manifestations of fear and darkness. Their abilities were tested to the limit as they battled the horrors, wielding their newfound knowledge and artifacts with precision and skill. Each member of the team faced their own personal trials, overcoming their deepest fears to emerge stronger and more resilient. The battles were fierce, the stakes high. The extraordinary horrors fought back with ferocity, attempting to extinguish the light that Sarah and her team represented. But they stood united, their bonds forged through shared experiences and unwavering belief in their mission. As they vanquished one extraordinary horror after another, the realm began to shift. The darkness that had shrouded it for centuries started to recede, replaced by a glimmer of light. The extraordinary horrors weakened, their power diminishing with each defeat. In a climactic showdown, Sarah and her team confronted the final extraordinary horror. It was a colossal creature, a terrifying amalgamation of nightmares. The battle raged on, each member of the team giving their all, their resolve unyielding. With a final, coordinated effort, they struck the heart of the extraordinary horror. Light pierced through the darkness, banishing the malevolence that had plagued the realm. The extraordinary horror let out a guttural scream, its form dissolving into nothingness. As the dust settled, Sarah and her team stood victorious, their faces smeared with dirt and sweat, but their spirits alight with triumph. They had succeeded in their mission, bringing an end to the extraordinary horrors that had plagued their world. They returned to their own dimension, carrying the artifacts they had collected as reminders of their journey and the battles they had fought. Though weary from their arduous endeavor, they knew their work was not yet done. There would always be new extraordinary horrors to confront, new dimensions to explore, and new battles to be fought. Sarah and her team stood united, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They were the guardians of light, the warriors against the extraordinary horrors that threatened humanity. With unwavering courage and a commitment to protect the innocent, they would continue their extraordinary journey, ensuring that darkness would never overcome the light. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, weary but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. They gathered in a dimly lit room, surrounded by the artifacts they had collected and the knowledge they had gained. As they sat around a large table, they engaged in a heartfelt discussion. They reflected on their journey, the battles they had fought, and the lives they had touched. They shared stories of the individuals they had rescued from the clutches of extraordinary horrors and the hope they had restored. Their minds now turned to the future. Sarah proposed the idea of expanding their organization, reaching out to individuals with unique abilities and a shared sense of purpose. They discussed the need to train and mentor others, to create a network of extraordinary horror fighters capable of making a difference in different corners of the world. The team members eagerly embraced the idea, recognizing the power of unity and collaboration. They knew that together they could make an even greater impact, saving more lives, and bringing solace to those who had fallen victim to the extraordinary horrors. With renewed determination, they began devising plans to establish training programs, recruit new members, and raise awareness about the existence of extraordinary horrors. They understood the importance of education and preparedness in the face of the unknown. Days turned into weeks as Sarah and her team worked tirelessly to lay the foundations of their expanded organization. They established training facilities, conducted recruitment drives, and shared their knowledge through seminars and workshops. Their efforts bore fruit, as talented individuals from all walks of life joined their cause. They trained in combat, honed their abilities, and studied the intricacies of the extraordinary horrors they would face. The organization grew, spreading its reach across continents, becoming a beacon of hope for those in need. As the years passed, Sarah and her team continued their valiant mission. They encountered new extraordinary horrors, faced unimaginable challenges, and made sacrifices along the way, but they always stood together, united by their shared purpose and the belief that they could make a difference. Their organization became renowned for its unwavering commitment to protecting humanity from the extraordinary horrors that lurked in the shadows. They collaborated with governments, shared their knowledge with scholars, and became a trusted resource for those seeking answers in the face of the paranormal. Sarah watched with pride as her vision became a reality. The organization she had built had become a global force for good, a bastion against darkness, and a beacon of hope. She knew that the fight against extraordinary horrors would never truly end. But she was confident that they had built a legacy that would endure. And so, Sarah and her team continued their extraordinary journey, their spirits undeterred by the challenges that lay ahead, armed with knowledge, courage, and an unyielding determination to protect the innocent. They stood as guardians of light, ready to face whatever extraordinary horrors awaited them in the shadows. Sarah stood on the balcony of the organization's headquarters, gazing out at the city below. It had been years since she had embarked on her first encounter with an extraordinary horror, and she marveled at how far they had come. The world had changed, and so had their approach. They had developed new technologies, refined their training methods, and expanded their network of allies. The fight against extraordinary horrors had become more organized and strategic, with a global community of like-minded individuals working together. As Sarah reflected on their accomplishments, a sense of contentment washed over her. The streets below were no longer plagued by the same levels of fear and despair. The presence of extraordinary horrors had diminished significantly, and Ordinary people could live their lives without constant worry. But Sarah knew that complacency was their enemy. Extraordinary horrors were not entirely eradicated, and new threats would inevitably emerge. She turned to her team, gathered in the room behind her, and addressed them with determination in her voice. "We have come a long way, but our work is far from over," Sarah said. "We must remain vigilant, adaptive, and united. Extraordinary horrors may evolve, finding new ways to sow chaos and terror. It is our duty to stay one step ahead, to protect those who cannot protect themselves." Her team nodded in agreement, sharing her conviction. They knew the importance of continuous training, research, and collaboration. They had witnessed the resilience of the human spirit and the transformative power of compassion. Together, they vowed to continue their mission, to be the shield against the darkness that threatened the world. They knew that their work would never be truly done, but they embraced it wholeheartedly, fueled by the belief that every life saved, every person protected, was a victory worth fighting for. As Sarah turned to face the future, a renewed sense of purpose filled her heart. The world may still hold mysteries, extraordinary horrors lurking in the shadows, but she and her team were ready. They were the guardians of light, the warriors against darkness, and their legacy would endure long after they were gone. With determination etched on their faces, Sarah and her team stepped forward, united in their commitment to face whatever extraordinary horrors may come their way. They knew that as long as they stood together, armed with knowledge, compassion, and unwavering resolve, they would continue to make a difference in the world, bringing hope where there was fear and light where there was darkness. And so, their extraordinary journey continued, with the promise of a brighter future for all. Years had passed since Sarah and her team last encountered an extraordinary horror. The world had changed, and so had their lives. They had settled into a semblance of normalcy, embracing new roles and pursuing personal endeavors. But the memory of their past battles and the calling to protect humanity remained deeply ingrained within them. One evening, as Sarah sat at her desk, going through some old files, a letter caught her attention. It was a plea for help, written in desperate tones, recounting inexplicable occurrences and an overwhelming sense of dread. The sender was seeking their expertise, hoping they could once again confront the extraordinary horrors that haunted their lives. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. It was a reminder of the unfinished work they had left behind. A surge of determination welled up inside her, and she knew that she couldn't turn a blind eye to the plea for help. She immediately contacted her team members, sharing the letter and proposing a reunion. Days later, the team gathered once again, drawn back together by the shared purpose that had defined their lives. They exchanged stories of the paths they had taken since their last encounter, the victories, and the hardships they had faced. The letter became the focal point of their conversation. They meticulously analyzed its contents, searching for clues and patterns that could guide them to the source of the extraordinary horrors. It was clear that this was not an isolated incident but part of a larger web of supernatural disturbances. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sarah and her team set out on their new mission. They traveled to the location described in the letter, a small, isolated town cloaked in an eerie atmosphere. They could sense the presence of an extraordinary horror lurking in the shadows, its malevolence permeating the air. As they investigated, they discovered a hidden network of ancient rituals, dark magic, and forgotten lore. They pieced together the puzzle, connecting the threads that linked the town's history to the supernatural disturbances that plagued it. Armed with their knowledge and experience, they engaged in a battle that tested their skills and resolve. They faced twisted apparitions, fought against the forces of darkness, and delved into the heart of the town's darkest secrets. Through their relentless pursuit of the truth, they uncovered the origin of the extraordinary horror, a cursed artifact that held sway over the town and its inhabitants. It was a relic of immense power, radiating with an ancient evil that had corrupted the very fabric of the community. Sarah and her team devised a plan to neutralize the artifact and break its hold over The town. They called upon all their collective abilities, channeling their strength and unwavering determination. In a climactic confrontation, they shattered the artifact, releasing a surge of pure light that banished the extraordinary horror once and for all. As the town began to heal, Sarah and her team stood amidst the fading echoes of darkness. They knew that their work would never truly be finished, that new, extraordinary horrors would continue to arise. But they were prepared, united by their purpose and fueled by the knowledge that they made a difference in people's lives. With the extraordinary horror defeated and the town restored, Sarah and her team bid their farewells. They carried the memories of their latest encounter, the lessons learned, and the bonds forged. They knew that wherever their paths would lead them next, they would always carry the responsibility of protecting humanity from the extraordinary horrors that lurked in the shadows. And so, as they ventured into the unknown once again, Sarah and her team walked with heads held high, ready to face the challenges that awaited them. They were the guardians of light, the defenders of hope, and they would continue their extraordinary journey, one battle at a time. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, the weight of their recent victory mixed with a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. They knew that their mission was far from over, and there were still many extraordinary horrors to confront. As they gathered in the familiar meeting room, surrounded by maps, artifacts, and research materials, a new urgency filled the air. They had learned from their experiences and understood the importance of staying one step ahead of the extraordinary horrors. A holographic projection flickered to life in the center of the room, displaying a map dotted with markers indicating potential extraordinary horror sightings. The team members analyzed the data, cross-referencing it with their existing knowledge and sharing insights. It became clear that the extraordinary horrors were growing bolder, their presence spreading like a dark plague. Reports of paranormal activities were increasing, and innocent lives were at risk. The team's dedication to protecting humanity burned stronger than ever. Sarah stood at the head of the table, her voice resolute and filled with determination. We cannot afford to rest on our laurels. The world needs us now more than ever. We will confront these extraordinary horrors head-on, expose their malevolence, and bring light to the darkest corners. The team nodded in agreement, their resolve unwavering. They knew the challenges that lay ahead would test them physically, mentally, and emotionally. But they were prepared to face whatever horrors awaited them, armed with their expertise, their unity, and the unwavering belief that their mission was noble and necessary. With renewed purpose, Sarah and her team charted their course. They assigned tasks, formed specialized teams, and prepared for the next phase of their extraordinary journey. They equipped themselves with cutting-edge technology, ancient relics, and the knowledge they had amassed. As they set off on their next mission, they traveled to various locations, encountering a variety of extraordinary horrors. Each battle brought its own set of dangers and surprises, but the team faced them with courage, adaptability, and a deep-rooted determination to protect the innocent. Through their tireless efforts, they began to dismantle the networks of extraordinary horrors that had taken root in the world. They exposed their dark secrets, disrupted their plans, and saved countless lives from the clutches of darkness. Word of their exploits spread, and the team became a symbol of hope and resilience. People began to share their own stories of encountering extraordinary horrors, seeking the team's guidance and support. Sarah and her team expanded their outreach, establishing a network of survivors, researchers, and allies who were dedicated to eradicating extraordinary horrors once and for all. In the midst of their battles, Sarah and her team never lost sight of the humanity they were protecting. They connected with the victims of extraordinary horrors, providing solace and guidance. They nurtured a sense of community, empowering others to stand against the darkness and share their own stories of survival. As the team confronted each extraordinary horror, they grew stronger, individually and as a team. They pushed the boundaries of what they thought was possible, honing their skills, and unlocking new potential within themselves. They were a force to be reckoned with, a beacon of light amidst the encroaching darkness. Their journey continued, their victories stacking upon one another. They knew that their work would never truly be done, but they took solace in the lives they had touched, the hope they had restored, and the extraordinary horrors they had defeated. And so, Sarah and her team pressed on, driven by a shared purpose, unyielding in their commitment to protect humanity from the extraordinary horrors that plagued the world. With each battle fought, they moved closer to their ultimate goal, a world where ordinary people could live without fear, where light triumphed over darkness, and where humanity could thrive. Sarah and her team had been relentless in their pursuit of extraordinary horrors, their determination unyielding. As they gathered in the command center of their headquarters, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air. A holographic display illuminated the room, revealing a global map adorned with clusters of markers representing reports of extraordinary horror activity. The team's expertise had grown, and they had become adept at identifying patterns, deciphering the signs left behind by these malevolent entities. Sarah, now more seasoned and battle-worn, addressed her team with a resolute voice. "We've come a long way, my friends. Our efforts have saved countless lives. But the threat of extraordinary horrors persists. We must redouble our efforts, push beyond our limits, and delve deeper into the unknown." The team members nodded in agreement, their faces a mixture of determination and concern. They knew the risks involved, the toll that their encounters with extraordinary horrors could take on their physical and mental well-being. Yet, their commitment to protecting humanity burned brightly within them. Sarah continued, her voice filled with conviction. "We have honed our skills, developed new techniques, and amassed a wealth of knowledge. Now, it is time to take the fight to the heart of darkness. We will embark on a global campaign, targeting the epicenters of extraordinary horror activity." The team members exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering. They had grown accustomed to the demands of their extraordinary lives, embracing the dangers that came with their mission. Each member brought unique talents and strengths to the table, forming a formidable force united in purpose. They devised a meticulous plan, dividing themselves into specialized strike teams, each assigned to a different region. Their objective was twofold: to neutralize the immediate threats posed by the extraordinary horrors and to unravel the mysteries surrounding their origins and vulnerabilities. With their preparations complete, the team embarked on their global campaign. They traversed across continents, immersing themselves in the cultures and folklore of each region they encountered. They delved deep into ancient archives, consulted with local experts, and unearthed hidden knowledge that would aid them in their battles. One by one, the team engaged in fierce confrontations with extraordinary horrors. They faced terrifying apparitions, battled supernatural forces, and explored forbidden realms where few dared to tread. Each encounter brought them closer to understanding the nature of these extraordinary horrors and the intricate web that connected them. As they progressed, they realized that their mission extended beyond mere eradication. They sought to uncover the source of the extraordinary horrors, to address the underlying darkness that spawned their existence. It became evident that, by severing these roots, they could cripple the extraordinary horrors' influence and prevent future outbreaks. Months turned into years, and the team faced immense challenges, both physically and emotionally. They mourned fallen comrades, sustained injuries, and grappled with the horrors they witnessed. Yet, they persisted, fortified by the knowledge that their sacrifices were not in vain. Their efforts yielded results. The global campaign began to tip the scales in favor of humanity. Extraordinary horror activity diminished, and the world breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ordinary people felt safer, their fears slowly giving way to hope. Sarah and her team, however, knew that the battle against extraordinary horrors would never truly end. They had become a beacon of light, a force of protection, and they accepted the responsibility that came with it. They continued to train, research, and adapt, ready to face new challenges as they arose. As they regrouped in their headquarters after a successful campaign, Sarah looked at her team with pride. They had come so far, achieving what once seemed insurmountable. They had fought against the extraordinary horrors that threatened the world, leaving a lasting impact on the lives they touched. With their hearts still filled with determination, Sarah and her team prepared for the next phase of their extraordinary journey. They knew that while extraordinary horrors would always exist, so would their unwavering dedication to protect humanity. And so, armed with resilience, knowledge, and an unbreakable bond, Sarah and her team stepped forward, ready to face whatever extraordinary horrors lay ahead. They were guardians of light, defenders of hope, and the world would forever be grateful for their extraordinary courage. The sun had set, casting an eerie glow over the abandoned mansion that loomed before them. Sarah and her team had received reports of paranormal activities emanating from this ominous structure. It was said to be haunted by an extraordinarily powerful entity, a creature of darkness that had eluded capture for years. As they approached the entrance, a chill wind whispered through the air, sending shivers down their spines. The team members exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. They knew that this encounter would test their skills and push them to their limits. Sarah, ever the leader, took a deep breath and glanced at her team. "Stay vigilant, everyone. We're about to confront an extraordinary horror like no other. But, remember, we have faced countless challenges before, and we have emerged victorious. We are prepared for this." With their weapons and protective gear at the ready, the team stepped into the darkness of the mansion. The air inside was heavy with a sense of malevolence, as if the very walls were infused with the lingering presence of the extraordinary horror. They cautiously made their way through the dilapidated corridors, guided by the faint sounds of whispers and unseen movements. The atmosphere grew more oppressive with each step, the weight of the unknown pressing down upon them. As they entered the grand ballroom, their eyes widened in awe and trepidation. Shadows danced along the walls, and the room seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The extraordinary horror was close, and its power was palpable. Without warning, the room plunged into darkness. Their flashlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to writhe and twist. The team instinctively formed a defensive circle, their senses heightened, ready to confront whatever emerged from the darkness. Then, a low, guttural growl echoed through the chamber. The air crackled with tension as the extraordinary horror revealed itself, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes, elongated limbs, and a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its presence radiated pure malevolence. Sarah and her team stood their ground, their resolve unshaken. They knew that they were the last line of defense between this extraordinary horror and innocent lives. With practiced precision, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, combining their unique abilities and expertise to weaken the creature. The battle raged on, the room filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, spells, and the creature's menacing roars. Sarah's team fought with unwavering determination, each member pushing themselves to their limits, fueled by their shared purpose. But the extraordinary horror was formidable, its resilience surprising even the most experienced among them. It retaliated with relentless fury, striking out with supernatural strength and cunning. Amidst the chaos, Sarah's mind raced, searching for a weakness, a vulnerability that could turn the tide in their favor. And then she saw it, a hidden sigil etched into the floor beneath them. With a sudden realization, she called upon her team, directing their attention to the sigil's significance. Together, they focused their efforts on destabilizing the extraordinary horror's connection to the sigil, severing its source of power. As they channeled their combined energy, the creature's ferocity waned, and its form began to dissipate, as if consumed by the very darkness it had once commanded. Finally, with one last surge of determination, Sarah and her team banished the extraordinary horror, dispelling it from the mansion and ensuring the safety of those who might have stumbled upon its path. Breathing heavily, their bodies weary and covered in bruises, Sarah and her team surveyed the aftermath of their battle. The mansion was still, the air now tinged with a sense of relief. They had triumphed over the extraordinary horror, yet another victory in their ongoing war. But even as they celebrated their success, they knew that their fight would continue. There were more extraordinary horrors lurking in the shadows, more innocent lives in need of their protection, and with renewed purpose, Sarah and her team pressed forward, ready to face whatever extraordinary horrors awaited them next. The team returned to their headquarters, exhausted but victorious. They shared stories of their experiences and congratulated each other on a job well done. As they settled in for the night, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She had a nagging sense that they had missed something, that there was more to the extraordinary horror they had just faced. Unable to shake the feeling, she decided to do some more research on the creature. She pored over old texts and consulted with experts until she finally found what she was looking for. Her heart racing, she realized that the extraordinary horror they had just defeated was just a baby, a mere fraction of what it was capable of becoming. Sarah knew that they had to act quickly before it grew stronger and more dangerous. She called an emergency meeting of her team and shared her findings. Together, they came up with a plan to track down the creature's parent and put an end to it before it could harm anyone else. They set out on their mission, determined to stop the creature once and for all. As they closed in on their target, Sarah felt a sense of dread and anticipation wash over her. She knew that they were about to face their greatest challenge yet, but she was ready. With her team by her side, she would do whatever it takes to protect the world from the extraordinary horrors that lurk in the shadows. The team ventured deep into the heart of a dense, foreboding forest, following the trail left by the extraordinary horror's parent. The air was heavy with an ominous silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoots of nocturnal creatures. As they pressed forward, the trees grew gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to close in around them, intensifying their unease. Sarah led the way, her senses sharp and instincts honed from years of confronting extraordinary horrors. She could feel the malevolent presence drawing closer, its dark energy radiating through the surroundings. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood, seemingly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. It exuded an aura of ancient evil, as if it had served as a sanctuary for extraordinary horrors throughout the ages. Sarah signaled for her team to surround the cabin, their weapons at the ready. They could sense that the extraordinary horror's parent was inside, lurking within the shadows. With a deep breath, Sarah kicked open the door, and the team stormed into the cabin. Inside, they were met with a chilling sight. The room was adorned with occult symbols, candles flickering with an otherworldly glow. At the center stood a massive, grotesque creature, the parent of the extraordinary horror they had faced before. Its form was a grotesque amalgamation of nightmare and nightmare, with writhing tentacles, razor-sharp claws, and eyes that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. It let out a bone-chilling roar, rattling the walls of the cabin. Without hesitation, the team sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the extraordinary horror's parent. Spells were cast, weapons clashed, and the air crackled with the clash of supernatural forces. The creature fought back with a ferocity that surpassed anything they had encountered before. Its power seemed limitless, fueled by its determination to protect its offspring. As the battle raged on, Sarah's mind raced for a solution. She knew that a direct assault wouldn't be enough. They needed to exploit the creature's weaknesses, find a way to weaken its defenses. With a flash of insight, Sarah noticed a hidden talisman hanging from the creature's neck. She quickly relayed her findings to the team, and they adjusted their strategy accordingly. Working together, they devised a plan to distract the creature while Sarah aimed a precise strike at the talisman, hoping to sever the connection between the extraordinary horror and its parent. The team executed their plan flawlessly. They lured the creature away, drawing its attention while Sarah maneuvered into position. With a swift and calculated strike, she severed the talisman, causing a surge of energy to ripple through the cabin. The extraordinary horror's parent let out an otherworldly wail, its form writhing and convulsing. Weakened and disoriented, it faltered, giving the team an opening to deliver a final, decisive blow. With a combined effort, they unleashed a torrent of power, overwhelming the creature and banishing it from existence. The cabin shook violently, and the darkness that had gripped the forest began to recede. As the dust settled and the team caught their breath, Sarah felt a profound sense of relief and accomplishment. They had successfully vanquished the extraordinary horror's parent, putting an end to its reign of terror. But even as they celebrated, they knew that their battle was far from over. There were countless more extraordinary horrors lurking in the world, waiting to unleash their malevolence. And Sarah and her team were determined to protect humanity from their dark influence, one battle at a time. With renewed resolve, they gathered their gear and prepared to leave the cabin behind. They had faced an extraordinary horror of unimaginable power, but they had emerged victorious. And as they walked out into the fading night, they knew that their mission to confront the extraordinary horrors that plagued the world would continue, fueled by their unwavering courage and unyielding determination. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, battered and bruised, yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. The news of their victory spread quickly among their fellow agents, and they were greeted with admiration and respect. As they gathered in the debriefing room, Sarah shared their harrowing encounter with the extraordinary horror's parent. She emphasized the importance of remaining vigilant and continuing their efforts to protect humanity from these otherworldly threats. In the weeks that followed, the team underwent intensive training and research, honing their skills and expanding their knowledge. They delved deeper into the lore surrounding extraordinary horrors, seeking to uncover any hidden weaknesses or patterns that could aid them in future battles. One night, as Sarah pored over ancient texts, she stumbled upon a passage that spoke of a powerful artifact rumored to hold the key to controlling extraordinary horrors. The artifact was said to be hidden in a remote location, protected by arcane barriers and guarded by ancient guardians. Intrigued by the possibility of gaining an upper hand against these formidable adversaries, Sarah gathered her team and shared her findings. They unanimously agreed to embark on a perilous quest to retrieve the artifact. Equipped with their specialized gear and armed with knowledge passed down through generations, the team set off on their journey. Their path took them through treacherous landscapes, across vast deserts, and into dark, uncharted territories. Finally, after weeks of arduous travel, they arrived at the entrance of a long-forgotten temple. Its weathered stone walls loomed high, hinting at the mysteries and dangers that lay within. As they ventured deeper into the temple, they encountered intricate traps and puzzles designed to test their mettle. Sarah's team relied on their expertise, solving riddles and navigating treacherous paths, inching closer to their ultimate goal. At the heart of the temple, they discovered a chamber shrouded in ancient magic. In the center stood the artifact, a gleaming, jewel-encrusted staff that seemed to pulsate with power. But as they reached out to claim it, the guardians awakened. Massive stone statues, animated with life, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The team braced themselves for battle, knowing that they had to prove their worthiness to possess the artifact. A fierce clash ensued as the team fought against the guardians, their weapons clashing against the unyielding stone. They fought with unwavering determination, their skills honed through countless battles with extraordinary horrors. Finally, with a combination of wit, teamwork, and sheer resilience, Sarah and her team triumphed over the guardians. The chamber fell silent, save for their labored breathing and the sound of victory echoing through the ancient halls. As Sarah reached out and grasped the artifact, she felt a surge of energy course through her. She could sense the power contained within the staff, a power that could potentially control or neutralize extraordinary horrors. With the artifact in their possession, the team made their way back to headquarters, their spirits renewed and their resolve unbreakable. They knew that with this newfound tool, they had gained an invaluable advantage in their ongoing battle against the extraordinary horrors that threatened humanity. Little did they know that their acquisition of the artifact would set in motion a series of events that would lead them to even greater challenges and revelations. The war against the extraordinary horrors had just entered a new phase, and Sarah and her team were ready to face whatever lay ahead. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, the artifact safely secured in a fortified chamber. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they gathered in the command center to discuss their next move. As they analyzed the artifact, they discovered that it held a unique power, an ability to detect and locate extraordinary horrors. It resonated with an energy that allowed them to sense the presence of these supernatural beings, even those hidden from ordinary perception. With this newfound capability, they devised a plan to proactively seek out extraordinary horrors before they could wreak havoc upon unsuspecting communities. Sarah divided the team into specialized units, each assigned to a specific region where reports of paranormal activities had surfaced. Equipped with the artifact and their expertise, the teams embarked on their respective missions. They ventured into dark corners of the world, investigating eerie phenomena, tracking leads, and protecting vulnerable populations. Sarah led her own unit, navigating the shadowy realms where the extraordinary horrors dwelled. Together, they confronted these malevolent entities, utilizing the artifact's power to weaken and neutralize them. Their encounters were intense and perilous, pushing the team to their limits. They faced extraordinary horrors of various forms, phantasmal specters, ancient demons, and eldritch abominations. Each battle tested their skills, their resolve, and their unwavering commitment to protect humanity. But with the artifact's guidance and their relentless determination, they prevailed. Extraordinary horrors were banished, their threat eradicated, and innocent lives were saved from their clutches. News of their successes spread, and Sarah's team gained recognition as a formidable force in the fight against supernatural threats. Their reputation grew, and more agents sought to join their ranks, drawn by the opportunity to make a difference and face the extraordinary horrors head-on. As the team continued their mission, they encountered a particularly insidious extraordinary horror, one that possessed the ability to manipulate reality itself. It unleashed its powers with devastating consequences, distorting the fabric of the world and plunging entire cities into chaos. Recognizing the immense challenge they faced, Sarah and her team regrouped, devising a strategy to counteract the extraordinary horror's reality-bending abilities. They studied ancient texts, consulted with experts, and expanded their arsenal with new tools and techniques. Armed with their augmented knowledge and resolve, Sarah's team embarked on a desperate battle against the reality-twisting extraordinary horror. They combined their strengths, unleashing a coordinated assault that pushed the limits of their own capabilities. With every moment, the extraordinary horror's hold on reality weakened, its power diminishing under the onslaught of their relentless assault. Sarah, fueled by her determination and the trust of her team, led the charge, wielding the artifact with precision and purpose. In a climactic confrontation, the extraordinary horror was finally vanquished. The city, once trapped in a nightmarish realm, was restored to its former state, its inhabitants free from the horror's manipulations. As the team surveyed the aftermath of the battle, they celebrated their hard-earned victory. They knew that their mission was far from over, but in that moment, they found solace in the lives they had saved and the hope they had restored. With the artifact as their guide and their collective strength as their shield, Sarah and her team stood ready to face whatever extraordinary horrors awaited them in the future. They were the guardians of humanity, the defenders against the darkness that lurked in the corners of existence, and they would never falter in their duty to protect and preserve the world they held dear. Sarah and her team returned to their headquarters, weary but triumphant after their victory against the reality-twisting extraordinary horror. The command center buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose as they assessed the situation and planned their next steps. Their success had not gone unnoticed. Word of their exploits had spread far and wide, catching the attention of an organization known as the Arcane Order. The Order was a secret society dedicated to studying and combating supernatural threats, operating in the shadows to protect humanity. Representatives from the Arcane Order reached out to Sarah, expressing their interest in collaborating with her team. Intrigued by the possibility of joining forces with an organization that shared their mission, Sarah agreed to a meeting. In a secluded chamber deep within the Arcane Order's hidden headquarters, Sarah and her team were introduced to a council of seasoned experts in the field of the paranormal. The council members acknowledged the team's accomplishments and recognized their potential to make a significant impact in the ongoing battle against extraordinary horrors. They proposed an alliance, offering the resources, knowledge, and support of the Arcane Order. Sarah saw the value in this partnership and accepted their offer, knowing that it would amplify their efforts and provide them with an extensive network of allies. Under the guidance of the Arcane Order, Sarah's team underwent intensive training, refining their skills and learning ancient rituals and powerful spells. They studied under the tutelage of renowned experts, expanding their understanding of the supernatural and its intricacies. Equipped with new knowledge and the backing of the Arcane Order, Sarah and her team embarked on a series of joint missions. They traveled to distant lands, investigating reports of extraordinary horrors and working in tandem with local authorities and mystical practitioners. The collaboration proved fruitful. Sarah's team and the members of the Arcane Order complemented each other's strengths, seamlessly coordinating their efforts to confront and neutralize the most formidable extraordinary horrors they encountered. As time passed, the alliance between Sarah's team and the Arcane Order grew stronger. Their joint endeavors became legendary, inspiring other groups to unite in the fight against supernatural threats. But as they continued their mission, they soon discovered that the extraordinary horrors they faced were evolving, adapting to their tactics and growing more cunning. It became evident that a new breed of extraordinary horrors was emerging, posing an even greater threat to humanity. Realizing the magnitude of the challenge before them, Sarah and her team, together with the Arcane Order, convened a gathering of experts and strategists from around the world. They shared their knowledge, pooled their resources, and devised a comprehensive plan to counter the evolving extraordinary horrors. The battle against these formidable adversaries was about to reach a critical turning point. Sarah, now leading a united front, stood at the forefront of the charge, her team and the Arcane Order ready to face the oncoming storm. With the combined strength of their alliance and the determination that burned within them, they prepared to confront the extraordinary horrors that lurked in the shadows, knowing that the fate of humanity hung in the balance. The war against the supernatural had entered a new phase, one that would test their resolve, stretch their abilities, and push them to the limits of their courage. But they were united, bound by a common purpose, and ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. Sarah stood at the helm of the united front, her team and the members of the Arcane Order assembled behind her. The room buzzed with anticipation as they finalized their plans to confront the evolving extraordinary horrors that threatened humanity. The Council of the Arcane Order, adorned in their ceremonial robes, shared their invaluable insights and knowledge. They revealed ancient texts and artifacts, each holding a piece of the puzzle in understanding the nature of these new extraordinary horrors. Sarah's team, forged through countless battles and strengthened by their unwavering determination, listened intently, absorbing every detail. They knew that their enemy was formidable, but they were prepared to face it head-on. As the meeting concluded, Sarah addressed the room with a resolute voice, her gaze meeting the eyes of each member present. She thanked the council and her team for their commitment and unwavering support, acknowledging the weight of the task before them. "We stand united against the encroaching darkness," Sarah declared, her words resonating with determination. "We are the guardians of humanity, the defenders of light in the face of unimaginable horrors. Together, we will prevail." The room erupted with applause and a resounding chorus of agreement. The combined forces of Sarah's team and the Arcane Order were now poised to face the extraordinary horrors on a global scale, confronting the ever-evolving threat that lurked in the shadows. Days turned into weeks as S.R.'s team, together with the Arcane Order, scoured the world for traces of the new extraordinary horrors. They traveled to ancient ruins, consulted with mystical practitioners, and pieced together the puzzle of these supernatural entities. Their journey led them to a forgotten underground chamber, a nexus of dark energy, where the extraordinary horrors were rumored to gather. Armed with their newfound knowledge and the artifacts bestowed upon them by the Arcane Order, S.R.'s team prepared for the final battle. The chamber's entrance loomed before them, a gateway to the heart of darkness. S.R.'s heart raced with a mixture of trepidation and determination as she led her team forward. Each member stood tall, their eyes focused, their resolve unyielding. As they stepped into the chamber, an eerie silence enveloped them. The air crackled with energy, and the scent of ancient magic filled their senses. The extraordinary horrors emerged, their forms twisted and monstrous, their malevolence palpable. The battle that followed was fierce and relentless. Spells clashed, weapons sang through the air, and the echoes of their determination reverberated throughout the chamber. S.R.'s team fought with an unwavering resolve, their movements synchronized, their tactics perfected through years of experience. Together with the Arcane Order, they channeled their collective strength and knowledge, exploiting weaknesses in the extraordinary horror's ever-changing forms. With each strike, they pushed the limits of their abilities, their determination fueled by the lives they aimed to protect. Hours turned into an eternity as the battle raged on. Fatigue threatened to weigh them down, but S.R.'s team and the Arcane Order pressed forward, their spirits unbroken. In a final, climactic moment, S.R. summoned the full force of her power, channeling it into a decisive blow against the leader of the extraordinary horrors. The entity let out a piercing screech, its form dissipating into wisps of dark energy. The remaining extraordinary horrors, sensing their leader's defeat, wailed in agony and disintegrated one by one. The chamber shook with the force of their demise, and a blinding light enveloped the room, signifying the end of their reign of terror. As the dust settled and silence reclaimed the chamber, S.R.'s team and the members of the Arcane Order stood amidst the remnants of their fallen adversaries. Their breaths came in ragged gasps. P.S. Their bodies battered and bruised, but their spirits unbroken. They had emerged victorious, pushing back the tide of darkness once more. Their unity, resilience, and unyielding determination had triumphed over the evolving extraordinary horrors. S.R.'s voice, though weak from the battle, rang out through the chamber. "This victory is not ours alone," she said, her words filled with gratitude. "It is a testament to the strength and resilience of humanity, to our collective will to stand against the darkness." The team and the members of the Arcane Order shared a solemn moment of reflection, honoring those who had fallen in the battle and renewing their commitment to protect humanity from the ever-present threat of extraordinary horrors. As they made their way out of the chamber, S.R. looked back one last time, knowing that the war against the supernatural was far from over. But with the united front they had forged, and their unbreakable spirit, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, standing as beacons of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. S.R. and her team emerged from the chamber, their bodies weary but their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. As they stepped into the daylight, they were met with a scene of devastation. The battle within the underground chamber had caused shockwaves that reverberated throughout the surrounding area. Buildings lay in ruins, streets torn apart, and a pall of smoke hung in the air. The impact of the extraordinary horror's presence had left its mark on the once thriving city. But S.R. refused to let despair take hold. She knew that their mission was not just about defeating extraordinary horrors but also about rebuilding and restoring hope. In the aftermath of their destructive forces, with a determined look in her eyes, S.R. turned to her team. "We have a new battle ahead of us," she declared. "It is not enough to fight against extraordinary horrors, we must also help those affected by their presence, rebuilding what has been lost." Her team nodded in agreement, their resolve rekindled. Together, they set out to assist the survivors, providing aid, and rallying the community to rebuild. They organized relief efforts, set up temporary shelters, and connected with local authorities and organizations to pool resources. As days turned into weeks, the once devastated city began to show signs of life. S.R.'s team worked tirelessly, coordinating reconstruction efforts and instilling hope in the hearts of the survivors. They helped restore infrastructure, provided emotional support, and ensured that no one was left behind in the process. Through their dedication and the support of the Arcane Order, S.R.'s team became a beacon of light in the city's darkest hour. Their actions inspired others to join the cause, forming a network of volunteers who shared their vision of rebuilding and healing. In time, the scars of the extraordinary horror's presence faded, replaced by the resilience and determination of the community. The city, once shattered, rose from the ashes, transformed into a symbol of resilience and unity. Sarah and her team stood in awe, witnessing the power of human resilience and the indomitable spirit of those they had helped. They knew that their work was far from over, that the battle against extraordinary horrors would continue, but they had proven that even in the face of devastation, humanity could rise, stronger than ever before. With renewed purpose, S.R.'s team, now joined by a growing number of volunteers, continued their mission to protect humanity and rebuild communities affected by supernatural threats. Their actions resonated beyond the borders of the city, inspiring others to take a stand and defend their own communities against the encroaching darkness. Sarah glanced at her team, a mixture of pride and determination in her eyes. "We have witnessed the strength of unity and the power of compassion," she said. "Together, we will face any extraordinary horror that dares to threaten our world, and we will ensure that hope prevails." With those words, Sarah and her team, fortified by the spirit of resilience they had witnessed, embarked on a new chapter of their mission. They were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them, armed not only with their skills and knowledge, but also with the unbreakable bond they had forged through shared hardships and triumphs. For as long as extraordinary horrors lurked in the shadows, Sarah and her team would remain the guardians, the protectors, and the beacons of hope for a world that refused to succumb to darkness. Sarah and her team continued their mission, traveling to different regions and cities, each plagued by their own unique extraordinary horrors. They became a symbol of hope, arriving wherever they were needed, and instilling courage in the hearts of those who had lost faith. Their reputation spread far and wide, attracting the attention of desperate communities and individuals seeking their aid. S.R.'s team worked tirelessly, confronting extraordinary horrors head-on, and devising innovative strategies to overcome each new threat. But as they delved deeper into their mission, Sarah noticed a disturbing pattern emerging. The extraordinary horrors seemed to be growing stronger and more cunning, adapting to the team's tactics faster than ever before. It was as if they had gained a twisted intelligence, learning from each encounter and evolving to become even more dangerous. Determined to understand this new development, Sarah reached out to the Arcane Order for guidance. They gathered in the council chamber, surrounded by ancient tomes and relics, searching for answers to the growing menace. After hours of intense research and discussion, the council unveiled a long-lost prophecy buried within the archives of the Arcane Order. It spoke of a powerful, ancient artifact, known as the Amulet of Eternity, said to hold the key to unlocking the extraordinary horror's secrets. Sarah and her team set off on a quest to find the Amulet of Eternity, guided by cryptic clues hidden within the prophecy. Their journey took them to treacherous landscapes, ancient ruins, and mystical realms. Along the way, they encountered fierce guardians, solved riddles, and battled their own doubts and fears. Finally, after weeks of relentless pursuit, they arrived at a forgotten temple hidden deep within a remote mountain range. The temple was said to hold the final piece of the puzzle, the location of the Amulet of Eternity. Navigating through the temple's intricate corridors, S.R.'s team faced a series of perilous trials, each one testing their resolve and pushing their abilities to the limit. They overcame ancient traps, solved intricate puzzles, and finally stood before the inner sanctum. Within the sanctum, a pedestal stood, adorned with ancient inscriptions. As Sarah approached, a faint glow emanated from the center, revealing the legendary amulet of eternity. She carefully reached out and clasped it in her hands, feeling its power surge through her veins. With the amulet of eternity in their possession, Sarah and her team returned to the headquarters of the Arcane Order. The council, impressed by their courage and determination, recognized the significance of their find. Together, they conducted extensive research, unlocking the secrets hidden within the amulet. They discovered that it held not only the power to unravel the mysteries of the extraordinary horrors but also the ability to weaken their influence and disrupt their twisted connection to reality. Armed with this newfound knowledge and the power of the amulet, Sarah's team prepared for their next encounter with the extraordinary horrors. They trained relentlessly, honing their skills and mastering the use of the amulet's abilities. Their resolve was unwavering, their determination unyielding. Sarah and her team stood on the precipice of a battle that would define their legacy. With the amulet of eternity as their weapon and their unity as their strength, they were ready to face the extraordinary horrors once and for all. As they ventured forth, their hearts filled with hope, they knew that the path ahead would be treacherous and fraught with danger. But they were prepared to face the ultimate challenge, for they carried within them the power to rewrite the fate of humanity and vanquish the extraordinary horrors once and for all. Sarah and her team stood at the edge of a desolate wasteland, the result of an extraordinary horrors rampage. The air was thick with an otherworldly presence, a foreboding aura that sent chills down their spines. In the distance, they spotted the towering figure of the extraordinary horror, its form twisted and grotesque. It emanated a palpable malevolence, a darkness that seemed to consume everything in its path. Without hesitation, Sarah raised the amulet of eternity, channeling its power and invoking ancient incantations. A surge of energy coursed through her, infusing her with an otherworldly strength. Her team followed suit, drawing upon their own abilities and forming a protective circle around her. As they advanced, the extraordinary horror unleashed a barrage of terrifying attacks. Shadows writhed and twisted, lashing out at Sarah's team, but their determination remained unbroken. With each assault, they countered, their weapons and magic colliding with the swirling darkness. Sarah, fueled by the amulet's power, directed a focused beam of energy at the extraordinary horror. The creature let out an anguished roar as its form wavered and weakened, but it fought back with renewed intensity. The battle raged on, the clash of forces echoing through the desolate landscape. Sarah's team fought with unwavering resolve, utilizing their unique skills and the enhanced abilities granted by the amulet. With each strike, the extraordinary horror weakened further, its essence flickering like a dying flame. Sarah seized the opportunity, unleashing a final, devastating blow. The extraordinary horror let out a spine-chilling shriek, its form disintegrating into ash and fading into the wind. Silence settled upon the wasteland as Sarah's team caught their breath, their bodies battered and bruised. The amulet of eternity glowed with a faint, comforting light, as if acknowledging their victory. But their celebration was short-lived, for they sensed a residual energy lingering in the air. They knew that this extraordinary horror was merely one of many, and their battle against the darkness was far from over. Determined to eradicate the extraordinary horrors once and for all, Sarah and her team regrouped, making plans to uncover the hidden depths of their enemies' origins. They delved into ancient texts, sought out the wisdom of mystical practitioners, and explored forgotten realms in their quest for knowledge. Through their tireless efforts, they uncovered a long-forgotten ritual, said to seal the extraordinary horrors realm and banish them from existence. The ritual required the combined strength and unity of all the members of the Arcane Order, as well as the Amulet of Eternity as a conduit for their power. Sarah and her team set out on a journey to gather the members of the Arcane Order, traveling to distant lands and forging alliances. With each member they found, their collective strength grew, and the hope of ending the extraordinary horror's reign became more tangible. Finally, the day of the ritual arrived. S.R.'s team stood at the heart of a mystical convergence, surrounded by the unified members of the arcane order. The amulet of eternity hung suspended in the air, radiating a brilliant light that bathed them all. Together, they chanted ancient incantations, their voices blending in perfect harmony. The energy in the air intensified, swirling and pulsating with raw power. The barrier between realms began to crack, and a rift opened before them. S.R. stepped forward, the amulet of eternity clutched tightly in her grasp. With a surge of determination, she unleashed the full force of her power, channeling it through the amulet and into the rift. The extraordinary horror's realm trembled under the assault, its foundations weakening. As the rift collapsed in on itself, a wave of energy surged through S.R. and her team, rippling outwards and dispelling the remnants of the extraordinary horror's influence. The world was cleansed, free from the shadowy presence that had plagued it for so long. Exhausted but triumphant, S.R. and her team stood together, gazing at the world now reborn. The amulet of eternity, its purpose fulfilled, dimmed and returned to its dormant state. It would forever be a symbol of their victory and the sacrifice they had made to protect humanity. With the extraordinary horrors banished and their legacy etched into the annals of history, S.R. and her team returned to the headquarters of the Arcane Order. They knew that their work was not finished, for new threats would inevitably emerge, but they were prepared, united by their shared experiences, bound by their unbreakable bond, and armed with the knowledge and strength they had gained. S.R. and her team stood as the guardians of a world forever changed. Years had passed since S.R. and her team had vanquished the extraordinary horrors and sealed their realm. The world had thrived in the absence of their malevolent presence, and a new era of peace and prosperity had dawned. S.R., now a respected elder within the Arcane Order, had passed on her knowledge and experience to a new generation of protectors. Under her guidance, they had grown into skilled and dedicated individuals, ready to face any supernatural threat that dared to emerge. One day, as S.R. wandered through the halls of the Arcane Order's grand library, she noticed an ancient book that seemed to emanate a faint glow. Curiosity piqued. She approached the book and gently ran her fingers over its weathered cover. As she opened the book, a powerful surge of energy enveloped her, transporting her to a realm of swirling mists and ethereal landscapes. Before her stood a figure, cloaked in shadow, a being of immense power and ancient wisdom. "I am the guardian of the forgotten," the figure spoke, its voice resonating through S.R.'s very being. "You have accomplished what few others have, S.R. You have ushered in an age of peace, but darkness always finds a way to seep back in." S.R. listened intently, her eyes filled with a mixture of awe and determination. "The extraordinary horrors you banished were but a fraction of the true darkness that lurks beyond our realm," the Guardian continued. "A new threat, born from the depths of oblivion, looms on the horizon. Its power is unparalleled, and it seeks to consume all existence." S.R.'s heart sank, realizing that her work was far from over. She knew that she had to act swiftly to protect the world once more. The Guardian handed S.R. a shimmering crystal, a relic of unimaginable power. "This is the crystal of Lumina," the Guardian revealed. "Forged in the ancient fires of light, it holds the essence of pure illumination. It is the key to vanquishing the encroaching darkness." S.R. accepted the crystal with reverence, feeling its radiance resonate within her. She knew that she could not face this new threat alone and that she needed to gather her team once more. Returning to the Arcane Order, S.R. called upon her trusted allies, summoning them from their various pursuits. They answered her call without hesitation, their unwavering loyalty a testament to the bonds forged in battles past. As the team reunited, S.R. shared the revelation of the looming darkness and unveiled the crystal of Lumina. They marveled at its brilliance, sensing its immense power. With renewed purpose, S.R. and her team set forth on a perilous journey, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian and the ancient prophecies contained within the Sacred texts of the arcane order. They traveled through uncharted realms, faced formidable guardians, and navigated treacherous landscapes. Along the way, they encountered other mystical beings, wise allies who joined their cause, recognizing the urgency of the impending threat. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the realm of darkness, a foreboding portal shrouded in malevolence. As Sarah and her team prepared to step through, they braced themselves for the ultimate battle against the all-consuming darkness. With the crystal of Lumina in Sarah's hands, its light radiating with unyielding determination, they crossed the threshold, entering a realm where chaos and nightmares thrived. The battle against this unimaginable darkness would test their limits, challenge their resolve, and push them to the brink of their powers. But they stood united, their spirits aflame with the desire to protect all they held dear. In the face of the encroaching darkness, Sarah and her team unleashed the full might of their abilities, wielding the crystal of Lumina as a beacon of hope. Their courage and unwavering determination forged a path through the shadows, as they fought to restore balance and ensure the survival of all existence. In this realm of absolute darkness, they would either emerge triumphant, or be consumed by the very forces they sought to defeat. But they remained undeterred, for they knew that even in the darkest of moments, the light would prevail. As Sarah and her team ventured deeper into the realm of darkness, they found themselves surrounded by an eerie silence. The air was heavy with an oppressive energy that seemed to suffocate their every breath. They pressed forward, guided by the faint whispers of the Guardian's wisdom echoing in their minds. The landscape twisted and contorted, morphing into grotesque shapes that played tricks on their senses. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy creatures emerged from the darkness, their glowing eyes fixated on the intruders. The team readied their weapons and unleashed their powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the relentless onslaught. The crystal of Lumina glowed brightly in Sarah's hands, its radiant light pushing back the encroaching darkness. With each swing of her sword and blast of energy, she struck down the creatures, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. But the darkness was relentless, its forces seemingly endless. For every enemy defeated, two more would take its place. Sarah's team fought with unwavering determination, drawing strength from their unity and their shared mission. As the battle raged on, Sarah felt a surge of energy welling up within her. The crystal of Lumina pulsed in her grip, as if urging her to tap into its true potential. Trusting her instincts, she channeled her power into the crystal, unleashing a blinding wave of pure illumination. The wave of light swept through the battlefield, obliterating the shadowy creatures in its path. Their haunting cries echoed through the realm, dissipating into the darkness. Emboldened by their victory, Sarah and her team pressed forward, their resolve unshaken. The realm of darkness seemed to quake under their collective presence, its foundations weakening. As they neared the heart of the realm, they encountered the embodiment of the encroaching darkness itself, a colossal, twisted entity of malevolent energy. It loomed over them, its form constantly shifting and contorting. Sarah raised the crystal of Lumina high above her head, its light radiating with unparalleled brilliance. She called upon her team, their powers combining in a symphony of elemental forces. Together, they unleashed a torrent of energy, directed straight at the heart of the darkness. The clash of light and darkness reverberated through the realm, shaking its very core. The colossal entity trembled, its form becoming increasingly unstable. The crystal of Lumina resonated with the power of countless souls, their hopes and dreams fueling its radiance. With a final surge of energy, the darkness shattered, dissipating into fragments of fading shadows. The realm quivered, collapsing upon itself, as if the very fabric of the darkness was unraveling. Sarah and her team emerged from the crumbling realm, their bodies battered and minds weary, but victorious. The realm of darkness was sealed away, its threat extinguished. As they stood amidst the fading remnants of the realm, they gazed at the world beyond, a world bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The darkness had been vanquished, and light reclaimed its rightful place. Exhausted but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment, Sarah and her team return to the realm they had sworn to protect. They knew that even though darkness could emerge again in the future, they would stand ready to face it, armed with the power of unity, the strength of their spirits, and the everlasting light of the crystal of Lumina. As the dust settled from their battle against the darkness, Sarah and her team returned to their home within the arcane order. They were greeted with cheers and applause, their victory celebrated by their fellow members and supporters. But amidst the jubilation, a sense of contemplation hung in the air. Sarah knew that their triumph over the encroaching darkness was not the end of their journey. There would always be new threats to face, new challenges to overcome. Gathering her team, Sarah addressed them with a resolute voice. "Our work is far from finished," she declared. "We have witnessed the depths of darkness, and we have emerged stronger. But we must remain vigilant. The balance between light and dark is fragile, and we must protect it at all costs." Her team nodded in agreement, their expressions a reflection of unwavering determination. Sarah continued, "The crystal of Lumina has shown us the power of unity and the strength that comes from harnessing our individual gifts. We must continue to hone our skills, to deepen our understanding of the arcane, and to seek out wisdom from all corners of the world." As her words settled, the team understood the weight of their responsibility. They had become the guardians of light, the shield against the encroaching darkness. They would stand together, supporting and relying on one another, their bond unbreakable. In the days that followed, the members of the arcane order dedicated themselves to rigorous training, exploring ancient texts, and undertaking perilous quests. They ventured into uncharted territories, seeking out lost artifacts and ancient knowledge that could aid them in their mission. Sarah, with the crystal of Lumina always close at hand, delved deep into her studies, unlocking its hidden secrets and unleashing even greater power. She became a beacon of inspiration for her team, guiding them with wisdom and fortitude. Together, they encountered other supernatural threats, battling creatures of darkness, unraveling the mysteries of forbidden realms, and even forging alliances with unlikely allies. They grew in strength and wisdom, their abilities reaching new heights. But even as they faced these trials, whispers of a new darkness began to circulate. Rumors spread of a malevolent force stirring in the shadows, one that threatened to tear apart the delicate balance they had fought so hard to protect. Sarah and her team understood that their next battle would be their greatest. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and they would need all of their courage and mastery over the arcane to stand against it. With the crystal of Lumina pulsating with renewed vigor, Sarah and her team embarked on their next quest. They left the safety of their stronghold, venturing into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited them. As they journeyed, their resolve grew stronger. They would not falter in the face of this new darkness. They were the protectors, the defenders of light, and they would stand as a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. And so, with their spirits aflame and their hearts filled with unwavering determination, Sarah and her team ventured forth, ready to confront the looming threat and ensure that the light would continue to shine upon a world in desperate need of salvation. As Sarah and her team ventured further into the unknown, the atmosphere grew heavy with an unsettling presence. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, sending shivers down their spines. They could sense that they were drawing closer to the heart of the approaching darkness. Navigating through treacherous terrain, they arrived at a desolate wasteland. The once vibrant and thriving land had been corrupted by the encroaching darkness, leaving behind a barren and lifeless expanse. In the center of the wasteland stood an ancient, towering structure, a forgotten temple steeped in mystery. Its dilapidated walls exuded an aura of foreboding, as if the very structure itself whispered secrets of the impending threat. As they cautiously entered the temple, their footsteps echoed through the hollow chambers, resonating with a sense of foreknowledge. The walls were adorned with faded murals depicting a time long past, hinting at the ancient battle between light and darkness. Sarah and her team pressed on, following the faint whispers of the crystal of Lumina. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the darkness itself fought against their progress. But they were undeterred, fueled by their unwavering determination and the knowledge that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. Deep within the heart of the temple, they entered a vast chamber illuminated by an ethereal glow. In the center of the chamber floated an ancient artifact, the orb of radiance. It pulsed with a brilliant light, its radiance casting away the shadows that clung to the edges of the room. As Sarah reached out to touch the orb, a voice resonated throughout the chamber, reverberating with both menace and desperation. "You have come far, defenders of light," it hissed, echoing through their minds. A figure materialized from the darkness, a being shrouded in swirling shadows, with piercing eyes that burned like dying embers. It was the embodiment of the approaching darkness, the ultimate adversary they had sought. The being mocked them, its voice filled with malice. "You believe you can stand against the inevitable. You are but flickering candles in an ocean of night. Surrender now, and I may spare your pitiful lives." Sarah stood tall, her eyes blazing with determination. "We will never surrender to the darkness," she declared, her voice resonating with unwavering resolve. "We fight for the light, for hope, and for all those who believe in a world free from your malevolence." With those words, Sarah and her team unleashed their powers, engaging in a battle that would decide the fate of all existence. The chamber erupted into chaos as the clash of light and darkness filled the air. The crystal of Lumina blazed with an intensity never witnessed before, its light combining with the powers of the team, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Spells were cast, weapons swung, and elemental forces clashed, as the battle raged with escalating ferocity. As the team fought with unwavering determination, they could feel the darkness weakening, its grip on the world slipping away. With every strike and every surge of power, they inched closer to victory. But the darkness was relentless, striking back with equal force. Shadows twisted and coiled, threatening to engulf them. It seemed as if all hope would be snuffed out, the light extinguished by the overwhelming darkness. In their darkest hour, a surge of energy surged through Sarah. She reached deep within herself, drawing upon the wellspring of strength that lay dormant within her. The crystal of Lumina responded to her call, resonating with her power, magnifying it 1,000-fold. With a mighty roar, Sarah unleashed a torrent of blinding light, banishing the darkness in a brilliant explosion. The being of darkness shrieked in agony, its form dissipating into a swirling vortex of shadows. Silence settled upon the chamber as the darkness retreated, defeated. The orb of radiance radiated with renewed brilliance, bathing the chamber in a warm, comforting glow. Sarah and her team stood, weary but victorious, basking in the glow of their triumph. They knew that the battle was won, but the war against darkness would continue. As they emerged from the temple, the wasteland transformed before their eyes. Life began to flourish once more, as if the darkness had never tainted the land. Nature reclaimed its rightful place, and a renewed sense of hope filled the air. With the orb of radiance in their possession, Sarah and her team knew that they held a powerful weapon against the encroaching darkness. They would guard it with their lives, using its light to guide them as they ventured forth into a world still grappling with the remnants of darkness. United by their purpose and strengthened by their victories, Sarah and her team vowed to protect the light and keep the darkness at bay. Their journey was far from over, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the power of unity, the light of the orb, and an unyielding determination to ensure that darkness would never prevail. Sarah and her team returned to their stronghold, their hearts filled with both relief and anticipation. They knew that the defeat of the darkness in the temple was just the beginning of their mission to restore balance and safeguard the light. Within the walls of their sanctuary, they gathered in the council chamber, a place of wisdom and strategy. Maps were spread out across the table, displaying the various regions of the world that were still touched by the remnants of darkness. Sarah addressed her team with a voice that resonated with both authority and compassion. Our victory in the temple was significant, but we cannot afford to grow complacent, she said. The darkness may be weakened, but it still lingers in the corners of our world, seeking to regain its strength. She pointed to the maps, indicating the areas where reports of darkness activity persisted. We must send teams to these regions, purging the remnants of darkness and restoring the light, Sarah continued. But we must also seek out ancient knowledge and artifacts that can aid us in our mission. The members of the team nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of their next steps. Each had their own unique skills and abilities, and they were ready to utilize them to their fullest extent. In the days that followed, the team split into smaller groups, each assigned to a specific region. They set off on their individual quests, armed with the knowledge they had gained and the conviction to bring hope and light to the affected areas. Sarah led her own group to a mysterious forest known as the Veiled Grove. The once vibrant woodland had been shrouded in a perpetual twilight, its lush foliage withering under the influence of darkness. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the team encountered twisted creatures, corrupted remnants of what had once been beautiful and innocent. They fought with determination, wielding their powers and weapons to drive back the encroaching darkness. In the heart of the Veiled Grove, they discovered an ancient shrine, a place of power that radiated with a dim, but persistent, light. Sarah approached the shrine, her hand instinctively reaching for the crystal of Lumina. As her fingertips brushed against the crystal, a surge of energy surged through her, connecting her to the shrine and the very essence of the grove itself. She closed her eyes, allowing the light of the crystal to flow through her, rejuvenating the land. With each breath, the twilight lifted, and the grove began to bloom once more. Vibrant flowers burst forth from the ground, their petals unfolding to catch the warm rays of the sun. Birds sang joyfully, their melodies filling the air, and gentle sunlight filtered through the branches above. Sarah's team looked on in awe, witnessing the power of their leader and the crystal of Lumina in action. They felt a renewed sense of purpose and hope, knowing that their efforts were not in vain. With the Veiled Grove restored, Sarah and her team continued their journey, spreading light and banishing darkness wherever they went. They encountered challenges and faced powerful adversaries, but their resolve remained unyielding. Through their collective efforts, the world began to heal. Regions once ravaged by darkness now bloomed with life, and the people, filled with gratitude, joined the cause, standing alongside Sarah and her team. Together, they formed a network of light, a beacon of hope in a world still plagued by remnants of darkness. They knew that their work would never truly be done, for the struggle between light and darkness was an eternal one. But Sarah and her team were undeterred. They had witnessed the transformative power of unity, the strength of their spirits, and the everlasting light of the crystal of Lumina. With these tools, they would continue to push back the darkness, bringing hope and restoration to a world that desperately needed it. Sarah and her team received a distress call from a remote village nestled in the mountains. Reports spoke of an ancient curse that had befallen the village, plunging it into eternal darkness. With a sense of urgency, they set out to investigate and bring an end to the villagers' suffering. As they approached the village, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The once bustling streets now lay empty and covered in a thick layer of darkness. The team cautiously made their way through the desolate alleys, guided by the faint glimmers of light emitted by the crystal of Lumina. In the heart of the village, they discovered an ancient shrine, the source of the curse. A malevolent presence lingered within, its darkness suffocating the villagers and draining their hope. Sarah and her team knew they had to act swiftly to break the curse and restore the light. Drawing upon their combined strength, the team confronted the dark entity guarding the shrine. A fierce battle ensued, with spells and weapons clashing against the swirling shadows. The crystal of Lumina shone brightly, empowering them with its radiant light. Through sheer determination and unwavering faith, Sarah delivered a final blow, severing the dark entity's hold on the shrine. In a burst of light, the curse was shattered, and the village was bathed in the warm glow of dawn. The villagers emerged from their homes, their faces filled with gratitude and relief. They celebrated their newfound freedom, their spirits rekindled by the return of light and hope. Sarah and her team were hailed as heroes, their deeds forever etched in the village's lore. Word reached Sarah and her team of a hidden underground cavern, an ancient sanctuary that held a relic of immense power. Legend spoke of a mystical artifact, capable of vanquishing even the darkest of entities. Intrigued and determined to secure this weapon, they embarked on a perilous journey deep into the heart of the earth. Navigating treacherous tunnels and overcoming deadly traps, they finally arrived at the chamber said to house the relic. The air crackled with ancient energy as they approached the pedestal where the artifact lay, encased in a shimmering aura. As Sarah reached out to claim the artifact, the cavern rumbled, and the ground beneath them shook violently. A monstrous creature, born of the darkness itself, emerged from the shadows, intent on preventing their success. With a battle cry, Sarah and her team engaged in a desperate fight against the abomination. Their powers surged, their weapons clashed, and the crystal of Lumina blazed with incandescent light. The battle waged on, each member of the team unleashing their unique abilities to weaken the creature. Sarah focused her energy, channeling the light of the artifact. And with a final, decisive strike, she struck the beast down, its form dissipating into wisps of darkness. Breathing heavily, the team reclaimed their prize, the relic of light. Its radiant glow filled the chamber, dispelling the remnants of darkness that clung to the walls. They knew that with this artifact in their possession, they possessed a weapon of immeasurable power, capable of vanquishing even the most formidable foes. Leaving the underground cavern, the team emerged triumphant, their spirits emboldened by their victory. They carried the relic of light with reverence, knowing that it would serve as a potent symbol of hope in the ongoing battle against darkness. Their journey continued, each step taken with purpose and conviction. With the artifact in their possession and the crystal of Lumina guiding their way, Sarah and her team remained steadfast in their mission, to protect the light, defend the innocent, and ensure that darkness would never triumph over the enduring radiance of hope. Sarah and her team stood at the edge of a desolate wasteland, a place where darkness had reigned supreme for centuries. The air was heavy with an oppressive energy, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. But they were undeterred. With the relic of light and the crystal of Lumina, they were prepared to face whatever awaited them. As they ventured deeper into the wasteland, the sky darkened further, as if the darkness itself sought to extinguish any glimmer of hope. Twisted creatures, born of the malignant energy, lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice. The team moved in a coordinated formation, their weapons at the ready, their senses heightened. Sarah led the way, her determination unwavering. She knew that they had to reach the heart of this darkness, where a powerful entity awaited them. Suddenly, the ground quaked beneath them, causing them to lose their footing. As they regained their balance, a massive creature, a grotesque embodiment of darkness, rose before them. Its form shifted and twisted, its eyes burning with an unholy fire. Without hesitation, Sarah and her team engaged in a battle against this formidable adversary. Spells and weapons clashed with the swirling tendrils of darkness, each strike accompanied by the resolute belief that light would prevail. The crystal of Lumina radiated with an intensified brilliance, its light piercing through the suffocating darkness. Sarah, empowered by its luminescence, summoned all her strength and unleashed a mighty blast of pure light at the entity. The creature roared in agony as the light seared through its dark form, causing it to weaken. Sensing an opportunity, the team redoubled their efforts, attacking with unwavering resolve. Together, they channeled the power of the relic, casting brilliant beams of light that pierced the creature's defenses. Finally, with a final, resounding blast, the darkness creature shattered, its malevolent essence dissipating into nothingness. The wasteland trembled once more, but this time with a sense of release and liberation. As the darkness lifted, the wasteland transformed before their eyes. Barren land gave way to vibrant meadows, and the once twisted trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoming flowers. Sarah and her team stood amidst the newfound beauty, their breaths heavy, their hearts filled with triumph. They had overcome the darkness, turning the desolation into a sanctuary of light. With the wasteland now restored, their mission took on even greater significance. The world needed their unwavering dedication, their relentless pursuit of justice and peace. Sarah and her team vowed to continue their fight, to protect the light from the encroaching darkness, and to ensure that hope would forever prevail. As they left the transformed wasteland, they did so with a renewed sense of purpose and unity. The relic of light and the crystal of lumina served as constant reminders of the power they held within themselves, and the responsibility they carried to keep the world safe from the shadows. Their journey was far from over, but with each step, they walked with unwavering resolve, ready to face whatever darkness dared to challenge the radiance of their light. The sun was setting on the horizon as Sarah and her team made their way back to their stronghold. The air was crisp and carried the scent of victory, mingled with the promise of a new beginning. The light of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and gold, casting a warm glow over the landscape. As they approached the stronghold's gates, they were greeted by the cheers and applause of the residents who had been eagerly awaiting their return. The people, once weary and downtrodden, now stood with renewed hope and gratitude. They had witnessed the transformative power of Sarah and her team, and their faith in the light had been restored. In the heart of the stronghold, the council chamber buzzed with energy. Leaders from neighboring regions had gathered, eager to form alliances and share their own tales of triumph over darkness. The room resonated with a sense of unity and purpose, as individuals from different backgrounds and walks of life came together under a common cause. Sarah stepped forward, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "We have witnessed the strength that lies within each of us," she said, her gaze sweeping across the room. "Together, we have shown that darkness can be overcome, that light can prevail. But our work is far from done." She went on to outline a plan of action, emphasizing the importance of continued vigilance and cooperation. The relic of light and the crystal of lumina stood as symbols of their collective strength, reminding them that their unity was their greatest asset. The leaders nodded in agreement, pledging their support and resources to the cause. They knew that only by standing together could they face the challenges that lay ahead. The stronghold became a hub of activity as preparations began for the next phase of their mission, to push back the remaining pockets of darkness and bring light to every corner of the world. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, as Sarah and her team led the charge against the remnants of darkness. They traveled far and wide, leaving a trail of light and hope in their wake. The world gradually transformed, embracing the promise of a brighter future. Villages that had once cowered in fear now thrived with vitality, their inhabitants basking in the warmth of newfound freedom. Forests teemed with life, their canopies whispering tales of rejuvenation and resilience. And cities, once shrouded in despair, now shone brightly with the light of progress and unity. With each victory, Sarah and her team grew stronger, their bond unbreakable. They inspired others to rise up and join the cause, forming a network of light that stretched across continents. Together, they built a legacy of hope, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. And as the years passed, the darkness faded into the annals of history, a cautionary tale reminding future generations of the importance of safeguarding the light. Sarah and her team retired from their active roles, passing on their knowledge and guiding the new guardians of light. But their story would never be forgotten. Their names would be whispered with reverence, their deeds celebrated in songs and tales. They had proven that even in the face of unimaginable darkness, the light within could prevail. As the world flourished under the nurturing embrace of light, Sarah and her team found solace in knowing that their mission had been accomplished. They had turned the tide, ensuring that the legacy of darkness would forever remain a distant memory. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a final burst of radiant light across the world, Sarah and her team stood together, their hearts filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. The darkness had been vanquished, and the light, stronger than ever, would forever guide humanity towards a future brimming with hope and possibility. Years had passed since Sarah and her team had retired from their active roles as guardians of light. They had witnessed the world transform into a haven of peace and prosperity, where darkness was but a distant memory. Now, their focus had shifted to mentoring a new generation of heroes who would continue the fight against any remnants of evil that might still linger. In a small training facility nestled amidst lush greenery, Sarah stood before a group of young individuals, each filled with eagerness and determination. The air was thick with anticipation as they prepared for their final test, a simulated battle against a formidable foe. Sarah's voice resonated with wisdom and experience as she imparted her knowledge to the budding heroes. She spoke of the challenges they would face, the importance of unity, and the enduring power of light. Her words inspired a fire within the hearts of her students, fueling their resolve to carry on the legacy of their predecessors. As the sun reached its zenith, the training grounds were transformed into a battlefield of magical energies and skillful combat. The young heroes demonstrated their prowess, each employing unique abilities and strategies forged through rigorous training. Sarah watched with pride as her students fought with valor, their every move guided by the lessons they had learned. The crystal of Lumina, passed down through generations, glowed with a resplendent light, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who wielded it. In a climactic moment, the simulated enemy, a manifestation of darkness, conjured its final stand, its malevolent aura threatening to envelop the entire field. But the young heroes stood strong, their resolve unwavering. They channeled the essence of light within themselves, forming a barrier of radiant energy that pushed back the encroaching darkness. With a collective effort, they delivered a final blow, dispersing the darkness in a brilliant display of light. Cheers erupted from the sidelines as the battle came to an end, the young heroes victorious. Sarah approached her students, a smile of pride and hope on her face. "You have proven yourselves worthy," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "Remember, the fight against darkness is a lifelong commitment. But with each passing day, the light within you will grow stronger, and the world will shine brighter because of your efforts." Her words resonated deeply within the hearts of the young heroes. They understood the weight of their responsibility, the importance of preserving the hard-fought peace that had been achieved. With renewed determination, they vowed to protect the light, to defend the innocent, and to ensure that darkness would never again cast its shadow over the world. And so, as the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the training grounds, Sarah and her team of mentors stepped back, their roles transitioning to that of guiding hands and wise advisors. The new generation of heroes took their place, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead, armed with the teachings of their predecessors and the unwavering strength of the light. As the day drew to a close, the students embraced their destiny with open hearts, knowing that they carried the torch of hope and would forever be guardians of light. The legacy of Sarah and her team would live on through them, ensuring that the world remained a beacon of light and a testament to the triumph of good over evil. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky filled with a myriad of colors, a radiant tapestry that painted the world in its final moments of daylight. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night may seem, the light would always return, banishing the shadows and illuminating the path towards a brighter future. Years had passed since the new generation of heroes had taken up the mantle, safeguarding the world from the encroaching darkness. Sarah, now a revered elder, looked upon the world with a sense of contentment. The battles she had fought, the sacrifices made, and the friendships forged had all culminated in a world where peace and light reigned supreme. In a quiet sanctuary deep within the heart of the stronghold, Sarah found solace. Amidst the tranquility, surrounded by artifacts and mementos from her past, she reflected on the journey that had led her here. The relic of light, passed down through the generations, rested on a pedestal, its radiant glow casting a gentle illumination throughout the room. As she traced her fingers over the relic's smooth surface, memories flooded back. Moments of triumph and moments of loss, moments of unwavering hope in the face of adversity. The relic seemed to hum with a comforting energy, as if acknowledging the weight of its legacy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the chamber. Sarah turned, her eyes alighting upon a figure standing in the doorway, a young hero, the current bearer of the relic. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. The hero approached, a mixture of awe and gratitude in their eyes. "Sarah," they began, their voice filled with reverence, "I stand here today because of you and the sacrifices you made. The world owes you a debt we can never repay." Sarah smiled warmly, her eyes glistening with pride. "The world owes us nothing," she replied. "We fought not for recognition or reward, but for the simple belief that light will always triumph over darkness." The young hero nodded, their gaze never leaving Sarah's face. "But your guidance, your unwavering dedication, it has shaped us into who we are today. We carry your legacy forward, knowing that the light within us is a reflection of the light you nurtured." Touched by the hero's words, Sarah placed a hand on their shoulder. "The legacy is not mine alone," she said softly. "It belongs to all who have fought alongside me, to those who sacrificed their lives, and to those who continue to protect the light. Together, we have built a world worth fighting for." As they stood in the sanctuary, a profound silence enveloped them, a moment of reverence for the shared journey and the bonds that transcended time. The relic of light shimmered, as if in agreement, radiating a renewed brilliance that filled the room. Sarah turned her gaze back to the relic, her heart filled with a deep sense of gratitude and peace. The world she had fought for was now in capable hands, guided by the unwavering light that burned within each new hero. She knew that as long as the flame of hope burned bright, darkness would forever be held at bay. And so, Sarah and the young hero stood side by side, the past and the present united in purpose. They vowed to preserve the legacy, to nurture the light within themselves, and inspire future generations to carry the torch forward. As the sanctuary filled with a warm, gentle light, a symbol of hope and unity, they stepped out into the world together, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The journey continued, for the battle between light and darkness was eternal. But they were not alone. Bound by the legacy of those who had come before, they would navigate the path ahead, armed with the enduring power of light and the unwavering resolve to protect all that was good. And as they ventured forth, Sarah couldn't help but feel a sense of profound satisfaction, a legacy of light that would endure throughout the ages, casting its brilliance upon a world that had been forever changed. In the years that followed, the world basked in the everlasting glow of light and peace. The darkness that had once threatened to consume everything had been pushed back to the farthest corners of existence. Nations flourished, cultures thrived, and harmony reigned. Sarah, now aged but wise, found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought her here. She sat under the shade of a towering oak tree, its branches stretching toward the sky, as if reaching for the heavens themselves. The whispers of the wind carried fragments of her memories, reminding her of the battles fought and the victories won. As Sarah closed her eyes, she could almost hear the echoes of laughter and camaraderie, the exhilaration of vanquishing ancient evils, and the tears shed for fallen companions. Those memories were etched deep within her soul, a tapestry of experiences that shaped her and the world around her. Opening her eyes, Sarah saw a group of children playing nearby. Their innocent laughter filled the air, a symphony of joy that blended harmoniously with the gentle rustling of leaves. She watched them with a wistful smile, knowing that they were growing up in a world far removed from the darkness she had once known. One of the children, a curious and bright-eyed girl, noticed Sarah's presence and approached cautiously. Sarah welcomed her with a warm smile, beckoning her to sit by her side. The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if the weight of the world's history rested upon her young shoulders. "Tell me a story, Grandma Sarah," the girl said, her voice filled with wonder. Sarah's smile widened, her heart brimming with affection for the child. She began to recount the tales of battles fought and friendships forged, of heroes who stood tall against overwhelming odds, and of a world redeemed by the power of light. The girl listened intently, her imagination ignited with the possibilities of courage and adventure. As Sarah spoke, the other children gathered around, their youthful spirits drawn to the allure of her words. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts captivated by the stories that wove together a tapestry of hope and resilience. And in that moment, Sarah realized that the legacy of light extended far beyond her own experiences. It had transcended time and touched the lives of countless others. The torch she and her comrades had carried had ignited a flame within each new generation, inspiring them to uphold the values of compassion, bravery, and unity. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow over the gathering, Sarah concluded her story. The children sat in silence, their hearts filled with awe and a newfound appreciation for the world they inherited. "Remember," Sarah said, her voice filled with tenderness, "the light within you is a gift to be cherished and shared. Let it guide your choices, illuminate the path of others, and banish darkness wherever it may be found." The children nodded, their eyes shining with determination. They understood the weight of their responsibility, the significance of the legacy they had inherited. As Sarah watched the children disperse, their laughter once again filling the air, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Her journey had not been in vain. The world, forever transformed by the light, would continue to flourish in the hands of these young souls. With a heart full of gratitude, Sarah leaned back against the sturdy oak tree, its branches cradling her with a gentle embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, she closed her eyes, knowing that the legacy of light would endure, carried forward by the generations yet to come. In that moment of tranquility, Sarah whispered a silent prayer, hoping that the world would forever remain a sanctuary of light, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who had fought, sacrificed, and believed in the triumph of good. And as the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, Sarah felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that her part in the grand tapestry of the world was complete. She had passed the torch to the next generation, who would carry it forward, illuminating the world with their own unique brilliance. Years passed, and the children who had once gathered around Sarah had grown into strong and compassionate individuals. They had embarked on their own journeys, spreading light and kindness wherever they went. The world continued to flourish under their watchful eyes. Cities expanded, technology advanced, and cultures intertwined, creating a tapestry of diversity and harmony. But amidst the progress and prosperity, whispers of a new darkness began to stir. News spread of disturbances in distant lands, of pockets of shadows that threatened to encroach upon the world's newfound peace. The descendants of Sarah's generation, now leaders and guardians in their own right, felt a familiar stirring within their souls. They knew that their time had come, that the legacy of light called upon them once again. Gathered in a grand council chamber, the heroes of old and the new generation convened, their expressions filled with determination. Sarah, now a wise elder, stood before them, her voice carrying the weight of wisdom and experience. "My dear ones," Sarah began, her voice steady, "the time has come for us to rise once more, to protect the light that we hold dear. Darkness may attempt to reclaim its hold, but together, we will face it head-on." The room filled with murmurs of agreement and resolve. Each hero understood the significance of their task and the responsibility they carried. They had been born into a world of peace, but they would not allow it to crumble under the weight of shadows. With renewed purpose, the heroes dispersed, their minds brimming with plans and strategies. They mobilized their forces, rallied the armies of light, and prepared for the battles that lay ahead. Sarah watched with pride as her successors stepped into their roles, shouldering the weight of the world's hope. She knew that their journey would not be easy, that sacrifices would have to be made, but she also knew that they possessed the strength, courage, and unwavering belief in the power of light. As the heroes ventured into the unknown, Sarah remained at the heart of the stronghold, a beacon of wisdom and guidance. She delved into ancient tomes, uncovering forgotten knowledge and unlocking the secrets of forgotten powers. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as the heroes faced trials and tribulations. They confronted the darkness head-on, wielding their weapons, harnessing their powers, and inspiring others to stand alongside them. In a climactic battle, the heroes faced a formidable force, an embodiment of darkness that threatened to consume the world. The clash of light and shadow reverberated through the land, shaking the very foundations of existence. But the heroes fought with unyielding determination, their spirits united in their pursuit of peace and justice. They drew upon the lessons passed down through generations, channeled the strength of their ancestors, and unleashed a torrent of light that banished the encroaching darkness. As the battle reached its crescendo, the heroes emerged victorious, their unity and unwavering belief in the power of light prevailing against all odds. The shadow dissipated, revealing a world bathed in the radiance of hope once more. Returning to the stronghold, the heroes were met with cheers and celebration. Sarah, the revered elder, stood at the forefront, her eyes filled with a mixture of pride and gratitude. She embraced each hero, their embrace signifying the triumph of their shared legacy. The legacy continues, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with reverence. In each of you, the flame of light burns brighter than ever. Guard it well, for darkness may persist, but together, we shall overcome. And so, the heroes of old and new stood side by side, their hands clasped, their hearts intertwined. They pledged to remain vigilant, to protect the light from all threats, and to pass on the legacy to future generations. As the stronghold buzzed with renewed energy and hope, Sarah cast her gaze toward the horizon, her eyes filled with anticipation. The journey was far from over. But with each passing day, the legacy of light grew stronger, its radiance extending beyond the boundaries of time and space. Together, they stood as a testament to the power of unity and the unyielding spirit of those who believed in the triumph of good. And as the sun set on that momentous day, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, the world slept peacefully, knowing that the guardians of light would forever stand watch, ready to face whatever darkness may come their way. In the aftermath of their hard-fought victory, the heroes gathered in the tranquil gardens of the stronghold, taking solace in the gentle breeze and the fragrant blooms that adorned the landscape. Sarah, the revered elder, stood among them, her presence a guiding light in the midst of their weary triumph. A sense of camaraderie and deep connection enveloped the heroes, their shared experiences forging an unbreakable bond. They sat in a circle, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and fulfillment. Their armor, once gleaming and resplendent, bore the scars of battle, a testament to their resilience and courage. Silence draped over the gathering like a comforting blanket, each hero lost in their thoughts and reflections. The weight of their recent triumph settled upon their shoulders, mingling with the bittersweet knowledge that their journey had reached a significant milestone. Sarah's voice broke the stillness, its tone laden with gratitude and pride. My dear ones, you have proven yourselves to be true champions of light. Through your bravery and unwavering commitment, you have safeguarded the world from the encroaching darkness. A murmur of agreement rippled through the circle, the heroes nodding in acknowledgement of their shared achievement. But remember, Sarah continued, her voice steady yet gentle, the battle against darkness is not one that can ever truly be won. It is an eternal dance, a constant vigilance that demands our unwavering dedication. She paused, allowing her words to sink in, before continuing. The legacy of light that we carry is a flame that must be tended to, nurtured in the hearts of each new generation. It is our duty to ensure that this flame never falters, that it continues to illuminate the path for all who come after us. A solemn hush settled over the gathering as they absorbed the weight of Sarah's words. Each hero understood the significance of their role in safeguarding the legacy. knowing that it was not a burden to bear alone but a shared responsibility that bound them together. As we move forward, let us remember the lessons we have learned and the bonds we have forged, Sarah said, her voice carrying a note of hope. Draw strength from one another, for together, we are a force that cannot be extinguished. The heroes exchanged nods, their eyes meeting with unspoken understanding. They knew that their journey was not yet complete, that new challenges and shadows would emerge in due course. But armed with the wisdom of their predecessors and the strength of their unity, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. With renewed purpose and a renewed sense of unity, the heroes rose from their positions, the weight of their burdens momentarily lifted. They embraced one another, offering words of encouragement and silent promises to remain steadfast in their duty. As they parted ways, each hero carried within them the essence of the legacy, the eternal flame that would guide their every step. They understood that the world would forever need champions of light, and they had been chosen to bear that torch. In the twilight hours, the heroes dispersed, their paths diverging as they ventured into the unknown. But no matter where their destinies led them, they would forever be connected by the legacy they shared, a legacy that would burn brightly through the ages, illuminating the world with hope and banishing darkness with unwavering resolve. Years passed, and the world continued to flourish under the watchful eyes of the heroes of light. The shadows that once threatened its peace had been pushed back, and a new era of harmony and prosperity had taken hold. In a grand ceremony held at the heart of the stronghold, a new generation of heroes emerged, ready to take up the mantle and carry forward the legacy. The descendants of those who had once fought side by side with Sarah stood before the assembled crowd, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and reverence. Sarah, now aged and wise, stood beside them, her presence a reminder of the enduring power of the legacy. She addressed the new heroes, her voice filled with a sense of wisdom and determination. "My dear successors," Sarah began, her words carrying the weight of generations. "You stand at the precipice of a great journey, entrusted with the responsibility of protecting the light that has guided us for so long." She looked at each hero with a twinkle in her eyes, her voice steady yet filled with a touch of nostalgia. "The battles you will face may be different from ours, but the essence of the fight remains the same. Never forget the values that have carried us through the ages: courage, compassion, and unwavering belief in the power of light." The new heroes nodded, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. They understood the magnitude of their task and the weight of the legacy they now carried. But they also felt the strength of their ancestors within them, a collective spirit that would guide and support them on their journey. As the ceremony concluded, the heroes dispersed, each embarking on their own path, yet forever bound by the legacy that connected them. Some would venture into distant lands, seeking out pockets of darkness to vanquish. Others would dedicate themselves to the pursuit of knowledge, unraveling ancient mysteries to bolster the arsenal of light. And some would serve as beacons of hope in their communities, inspiring others to join the cause. Years turned into decades, and the heroes' deeds became woven into the tapestry of legends. Their stories spread far and wide, inspiring generations to come. The stronghold remained a haven of knowledge and training, a sanctuary for those who wished to follow in the footsteps of the heroes before them. In the tranquil gardens of the stronghold, Sarah, now a revered elder, watched over the blossoming flowers and listened to the whispers of the wind. She felt a deep sense of pride and contentment, knowing that the legacy she had helped shape would endure. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, where the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and pink. The world was bathed in the gentle glow of morning, a reflection of the light that had prevailed through the ages. Sarah smiled, her heart filled with hope. The legacy of light would continue, carried by the heroes who had embraced their destiny and stood against the shadows. As long as there were brave souls willing to take up the cause, the flame of light would never fade, ensuring that the world would forever be protected and guided by its radiant glow. In the depths of the stronghold, a chamber lay hidden, known only to a select few. It was a sacred space, filled with ancient artifacts and mystical knowledge passed down through generations. It was here that Sarah, the revered elder, now spent her days, delving into the depths of forgotten wisdom. As Sarah pored over weathered manuscripts and studied the intricate symbols etched upon weathered tablets, a faint glimmer caught her eye. She reached out, her weathered hands carefully grasping an ancient relic, a crystal orb pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. Intrigued, Sarah held the orb close to her heart, feeling its gentle warmth resonate within her. She knew that this artifact held the key to a long-lost power, a power that could tip the balance in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. With determination etched upon her face, Sarah called upon the heroes of light, the new generation who had taken up the mantle. She gathered them within the sacred chamber, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. "My dear ones," Sarah began, her voice infused with a sense of urgency. "In this orb lies a forgotten power, one that has the potential to illuminate even the darkest corners of our world. But to unlock its true potential, we must embark on a perilous quest." The heroes leaned forward, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They understood the weight of Sarah's words, and they were ready to face whatever trials awaited them. Sarah continued, her voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "This quest will take you to the farthest reaches of our realm and beyond. You will encounter formidable adversaries, test your limits, and confront the deepest shadows that dwell within. But remember, the power of light resides within each of you. It is your courage, your compassion, and your unwavering belief that will guide you through the darkest of times." The heroes nodded, their resolve strengthening with each passing moment. They were prepared to embark on this quest, to delve into the unknown and claim the power that lay dormant within the crystal orb. As the heroes ventured forth, Sarah watched with a mixture of pride and concern. She knew that their path would be arduous, that they would face challenges that would test their very essence. But she also knew that they possessed the strength and resilience to overcome. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as the heroes journeyed across treacherous landscapes, traversing desolate wastelands, and braving ancient temples. They faced trials that tested their physical prowess, their mental fortitude, and their unwavering belief in the power of light. Finally, after a series of arduous trials, the heroes stood before the final threshold. They gazed upon a colossal gateway, adorned with intricate carvings that depicted the eternal struggle between light and darkness. With bated breath, the heroes approached the gateway, the crystal orb pulsating with anticipation in their hands. They channeled their collective energy, their hearts aligned with the purpose that had brought them to this pivotal moment. As the heroes stepped through the threshold, a blinding light enveloped them, bathing their forms in a radiant glow. They felt a surge of power coursing through their veins, filling them with an indomitable strength and an unwavering resolve. Armed with the newfound power and the legacy of light, the heroes emerged from the depths, ready to face the challenges that awaited them. They knew that the struggle against darkness would continue, but now they possessed a weapon that could illuminate even the deepest shadows. Together, they vowed to protect the world, to safeguard the legacy that had been entrusted to them. With the power of the crystal orb coursing through their veins, they set out on a new chapter of their journey, a chapter filled with renewed hope, unwavering determination, and the knowledge that the light they carried within them would forever guide their path. The heroes returned to the stronghold, their arrival met with a sense of anticipation and awe. Word had spread of their successful quest and the acquisition of the powerful crystal orb. The inhabitants of the stronghold, young and old, gathered in the central courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of the heroes who now bore an even greater light. Sarah stood at the forefront, her eyes gleaming with pride as she watched the heroes approach. The crystal orb, held aloft by the chosen champion, emanated a brilliant glow, casting a warm radiance over the gathered crowd. With a voice that carried strength and conviction, Sarah addressed the assembled throng. "Behold, the heroes who have ventured to the ends of the earth and returned. With a power that will embolden our fight against darkness. With the crystal orb in their possession, they carry within them a force that can pierce even the deepest shadows. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, their voices blending into a chorus of gratitude and admiration. The heroes, their heads held high and hearts filled with determination, acknowledged the crowd with a humble nod, recognizing the weight of their newfound responsibility. Sarah raised her hand, and the cheers subsided, giving way to a hushed silence. She continued, her words resonating with the heroes and the gathered onlookers alike. The crystal orb is a beacon of hope, but its power must be wielded with wisdom and tempered by the values that have guided us throughout the ages. It is not a tool for conquest or domination but a symbol of unity and protection. The heroes listened intently, their eyes fixed upon Sarah as she imparted her wisdom. They understood the delicate balance they now had to maintain. The power they possessed could either be a force of immense good or a catalyst for destruction. It was their duty to ensure it served the greater purpose of protecting and nurturing the light. Sarah extended her hand, signaling for the chosen champion to step forward. With a respectful bow, the champion approached and handed the crystal orb back to Sarah, recognizing that the power it held belonged to all who fought in the name of light. In the days to come, Sarah declared, her voice carrying a note of solemnity, we shall gather in the sacred chamber and learn to harness the power of the crystal orb. We shall train together, passing down the knowledge and techniques that have kept the legacy alive, and most importantly, we shall always remember that the true strength lies within the unity of our purpose. The heroes and the gathered crowd nodded in agreement, their hearts aflame with determination. They knew that the journey ahead would be challenging, but with the power of the crystal orb and the guidance of Sarah, they were ready to face whatever darkness dared to threaten their world. As the gathering dispersed, the heroes retreated to the sacred chamber, eager to begin their training. In the dimly lit chamber, they gathered around Sarah, their eyes reflecting a mixture of excitement and reverence. Together, they embarked on a path of discovery, unlocking the secrets of the crystal orb and honing their abilities. Through tireless practice and unwavering dedication, they learned to channel the power within, blending it with their own strengths and virtues. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as the heroes delved deeper into their training, mastering the intricate techniques and unlocking the true potential of the crystal orb. Their bond grew stronger with each shared experience, each victory against the encroaching darkness. The stronghold thrived under their watchful gaze, the light radiating from within its walls reaching even the farthest corners of the land. People from all walks of life sought refuge and inspiration within its sanctuary, drawn by the stories of the heroes and the power they wielded. And as the heroes stood side by side, their hands clasped in a display of unity and determination, they knew that the legacy of light would endure. The crystal orb had become more than a mere artifact, it had become a symbol of hope, a symbol of their unwavering resolve to protect the world they cherished. Armed with the power of the crystal orb and their unbreakable bond, the heroes vowed to continue their quest, to stand against the ever-present shadows and ensure that the light would always prevail. They were the guardians of the legacy, the beacons of hope in a world that needed it most. Together, they would face whatever darkness dared to challenge them, secure in the knowledge that the crystal orb would guide their way, illuminating the path of righteousness and paving the way for a future bathed in the brilliance of light. Years had passed since the heroes embarked on their quest to acquire the crystal orb and protect the legacy of light. The stronghold stood as a testament to their unwavering dedication, a bastion of hope and a beacon that could be seen for miles around. In the central courtyard, the heroes, now older and adorned with symbols of their accomplishments, gathered once again. Sarah, now a figure of legendary wisdom, stood before them, her gaze filled with pride and satisfaction. It has been a long and arduous journey, Sarah began, her voice carrying the weight of a lifetime of battles fought and won. But look around you, my dear heroes. See, What your courage and unwavering spirit have achieved." The heroes surveyed the courtyard, taking in the bustling activity, the smiling faces, and the sense of peace that permeated the air. Children played, laughter filled the spaces, and the world seemed alive with a vibrant energy. Sarah continued, her voice filled with gratitude and reverence. "You have not only protected the legacy of light, but you have breathed life into it. Through your actions, you have shown the world that darkness may lurk, but it will never overcome the power of love, compassion, and the unwavering belief in the triumph of good over evil." Tears welled up in the heroes' eyes as they listened to Sarah's words. They recalled the hardships they endured, the sacrifices made, and the lives they touched along the way. Each trial had strengthened their resolve, and each victory had fortified their spirits. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow upon the stronghold, Sarah raised her hands in a gesture of unity. The heroes mirrored her, their hands joining hers, forming a circle of shared purpose and unbreakable bonds. "Together, we have ushered in an era of light," Sarah proclaimed, her voice echoing through the courtyard. "And together, we shall ensure that it shines for all eternity." The heroes closed their eyes, embracing the moment, feeling the warmth of the crystal orb resonating within their souls. They knew that their work was far from over, that darkness would forever seek to challenge the light. But they were ready, armed with the knowledge, the strength, and the everlasting legacy of their forebears. And so, the heroes of light, guided by Sarah's wisdom and the power of the crystal orb, stood tall, prepared to face whatever awaited them in the ever-unfolding tapestry of their world. Their story would forever be told, their names etched in the annals of history as the guardians of light. As the final rays of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red and gold, the heroes vowed to protect the legacy, to inspire generations to come, and to ensure that the light would always prevail, casting away the shadows and illuminating a world where love, hope, and courage reigned supreme. And in that sacred moment, as the stronghold embraced the twilight, the legacy of light lived on, its power resonating throughout the land, offering solace, strength, and the promise of a future bathed in eternal brilliance.